Oh, we're being recorded. Good evening, everybody. This is a continuation of our regularly scheduled meeting from July. Because technical difficulties from June to today, which is the planning board meeting being held for Wednesday, July 14th, 2021. Technically listed as our monthly meeting, but in fact, this is a special meeting. We usually have July off. Okay, first item on the agenda are the agenda continuances and modifications. There are none. There are none. Okay. Well, I thought that we had a notice from Ms. Abbott. Isn't there an email from Ms. Abbott? I don't have it. Yeah, I got sent an email from no, I think that council town. She was requesting that she was unable to attend today. She was requesting that we continue to the August. Did you get that, Michael? Yeah. Right, so I'm not giving I'm not hallucinating. It would be
Gary Crosby here. I received that as well.
all right, so that's the item number 6. So, you know, what's the pleasure of the board on the request for the continuance?
I'll make a motion that we do move to the next August meeting for number 6.
It is the 11th. Is there a second on the motion?
I'll second.
Any other further discussion? All in favor of the motion? That's right, I can do that.
You can do that.
I don't have to go through that.
Mr. Bissonette, this is
All right.
We're having trouble hearing you back here.
having a lot of trouble hearing over the Zoom too.
Want me to use this? I hate using this. Okay, Dee, talk to us.
I'm having a lot of trouble hearing over the Zoom.
Item number 6, motion to continue it to the 11th of August at the request of Ms. Abbott.
Okay, who made the motion and who seconded, please?
It was Mr. Harding who made the motion, and it was
Yes.
seconded by Mr. Tibbetts.
Okay, thank you.
And do we have somebody else there?
Gary, D, and Kate.
Oh, so we do have Kate. Good. Yeah. Good. Just like, because it looked like there was another individual. Okay. Any further discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. So that's continued to 11. All right. Second item on the agenda is item number 2, which is the approval of our minutes from our May 12 meeting. And all of you should have received a email from Mr. Howard suggesting that the sort of rendition of events in terms of representing status request for continuance was slightly off, and requesting that it be corrected. Mr. Lizinski has assured me that it has in fact been corrected in the minutes that you have. And I have no objection to Mr. Howard's email. One comment on it. That's that he was trying to get through to us, which I believe is true. That somehow he was ignored. It wasn't supposed to be ignored. It was technical.
It's hard to manage the board.
Well, but it's also, there was another meeting going on by the town council. There was a whole bunch of stuff on the Zoom was just not working properly, which is why we're really having this. So I just want to put that on. Everybody have a chance to review the minutes? Yes. Pleasure to report on the minutes.
I'd like to make a motion to accept the minutes written as Mr. Howard's letter and put on file.
Comments? Okay, hearing none, I'll call for vote. Everyone say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes have it. Getting all this, Steve?
Again, Mr. Bissonette, if we're using the Zoom for the recording as a record, I'm not hearing the motions at all. It's very faint. and there seems to be some static, so.
How are we doing there, Michael? We're always putting Michael on the spot.
Sorry, I've been doing it all night.
Yes. Got any better, Dee?
That's better, but everybody should speak up when they make a motion.
We will try to, if we're,
Okay, thank you.
if you can't hear us, let us know.
Okay, I will.
All right, next item on the agenda is item number 3. This is an application by Namali Power, I hope I got that right, LLC owner, for a master plan application for development of a large-scale solar project at 2040 West Main Road, AP 56 Lot 6. Is the applicant here and nor represented by counsel?
They are, on Zoom, it's Ed Sapin and the engineers live from small. Both are online.
I have to recuse myself.
Let's speak up.
I have to recuse myself because I'm an abutting neighbor.
Got it.
Did you get that, Dee?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
All right, is council ready to go?
I believe so. Ed?
Thank you, Michael, and good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning Board. This is Ed Sapin. Pleasure to be here, and thank you for letting me address the panel. Michael, if I could ask you, in addition to Lynn Small, we also have Aaron Adams in the audience and Kevin Alverson, if you might be able to add them as panelists.
Ready to address that? Can we get the volume on our equipment up? Are you guys able to see what we're seeing on this one?
Yes, we are.
Yeah, he's small. I grant you that.
Can you try testing now?
Yes, can you hear me better now? Mike, are we good to go? Or are we waiting to sort out the IT?
That's a little better.
Okay.
All right, try
I
to
can-
speak up, Ed.
Okay, thank you. So just very briefly about Namali.
Ed, louder.
Can you get close to your microphone?
Yeah, I'm right on top of it. So is this better if I speak up a bit?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Well, again, so just briefly about Namali, we are a developer and investor in renewable energy based on the East Coast. Our team has a track record of over 100 megawatts of solar projects that we developed and are operating here in the United States, as well as abroad. And we've built a team of local and state stakeholders for this project, which I'll talk about briefly now. So the project is on commercially zoned land on West Main Road, back of the Patriot Petroleum Station. We believe this is a good location for solar versus other permanent projects such as real estate development, as solar at the end of life can be removed and generally is a strong fit for the commercial land that is there. The project applied and successfully received a renewable energy growth certificate from National Grid. In addition, we've worked with National Grid to complete an interconnection agreement for the proposed project. So it's made some good progress. In addition, a number of state permits have also been issued. We're working, as I mentioned, with Northeast Engineers and Lynn Small, who's on the line. And maybe Lynn, if I can ask, maybe you can walk the board through the design that we've submitted thus far.
Sure. So the plan set that you have in front of you tonight is comprised, first we have the existing conditions plan, which you can see the improvements that exist there, including the Patriot Petroleum. We do have a revision to this plan that we can submit at the next hearing that shows the improvements on the Portsmouth Water lot that's right next to Union Street. The site is rather large. I believe it's about 16 acres. It's a commercially developed property. Portions of it lie within the watershed protection district. So it is intended that the other portions of the site be developed. If we move to the next page, we can see the layout of the solar array that we have for this project. We will be coming in from the Union Street access that is already existing for the water department. It'll get extended into the site. We provide a turnaround there for fire and then an access drive through the site. I understand that they're not used very often, maybe once a year, just for cleaning the panels and things like that, unless something, happens, which isn't very often on solar projects. So this basically shows you, I know we're at a master plan level, but my office had already made the submissions to the DEM and DOT because Union Street is a state road. And while the curb cut exists, when there's a change of use, you're technically supposed to go to them and make sure they're on board with it. So we did receive word that we'll be getting that approval in the next week or so, and we do already have the RIPD's approval for the site. So we tried to keep the solar project out of the A zone of the watershed protection district. We're in the UG zone, and then we're in the regular C, the regular zoning area, which is not part of the watershed protection district. We do have a meadow type grasses that we plan on growing on the site, so it won't be bare. And we will be discharging any excess stormwater, which basically what you end up with is just having to treat your access driveways. And that is in the drainage feature that you see rather centrally located on this plan. That's about it. This is defined as a large solar array. We do maintain the separation from the property lines. We intend on keeping the vegetation that exists along the perimeter and supplementing it, where we need to make sure that we provide screening to any abutters. I
Great.
don't know if
Thank you, Lynn. Thank you.
Does any member of the board have a question for Ms. Swan? Oh, I'm sorry. Anybody have a question? Could you walk through the dimensional setbacks of this plan with the advice?
Sure. As you look at the area that I guess is on the south end, we have some abutters on Union Street, and we provide the, I believe the set, let me just find my sheet here that has those dimensioned for you. I believe it's a 50-foot vegetated buffer along the perimeter there. And then there's the fence, which is, I think that's also 50 feet on here. So we have the fence that goes around the perimeter of the project, and we have the 50-foot vegetated buffer from the property line in on the site.
Fence is it? What type of fence is it?
It's my understanding, oh, I'm sorry, the fence is on the property line. It's my understanding that the desired fencing allows for small animals to pass and repass across it. So that would be what we include. Unless the board has another preference. We haven't selected the actual fence yet.
All right, but you do understand that there are rules under the ordinance that have to be met regarding that?
I do. And I mean, this is that master plan, so I understand we're further in the design than normal, but we haven't done the landscape architecture plan, and that fence detail would be called,
Yes, for the lighting plan, yeah, right.
I'm sorry,
For the lighting plan.
or the lighting plan.
How many panels are you planning on putting in?
Ed, that would be a better answer for you.
Yeah, I have, of course, because the Zoom's up.
Got it, Mr. Sessions.
Give me a second.
Just an approximation, I didn't know.
Sure. So the project's roughly about 1.5 megawatts of panels. Bear with me one moment. I'll get you the estimated number of specific panels.
Well, I don't think he's giving me an answer, so.
Okay, I'll speak up with the answer. I'm just pulling up the preliminary design. So it's going to be roughly about 4,000 panels. That obviously will shift a little bit with the final design, but it's roughly about 4,000 panels.
Ms. Swan, have you thought through what, if any, impact this may have on surface water?
On what?
Surface water.
Surface water. Yes, we absolutely have. We are proposing the meadow grasses to be planted in between all of the panels and beneath them. They'll be cut maybe once a year. They're intended to grow about a foot tall and stay that way. And then we have immediately down gradient of the site, we have swales that will help convey the stormwater. And then we have a drainage basin that's immediately down gradient of the site, rather centrally located to the solar field. You can see it. It's this, ovally type outline that you can see on the plan.
And will your runoff calculations be based on a 100-year storm?
Yeah, our runoff calculations meet the state criteria for your 210. What is it right now? I think it's your 210 and your 100-year storm.
It's important because our
We
ordinance.
do. I mean, like I had mentioned, this is, oh, I'm sorry. Are you talking? I apologize.
No, go ahead, finish.
Oh, okay. We're a little bit ahead on the design on this particular project, just because we had done the drainage design and submitted it to the state already for that RIPTES permit. So I already have the stormwater calculations, and we have made sure that this project meets the state and local criteria for runoff, and those have been reviewed and approved by the state, both DEM and DOT.
Anybody else have any questions from the board from this small?
Mr. Chair, there's a, sorry, there's a.
We have a letter from the Design Review Board dated June 21, 2021. Council, you want to address that anyway? You with us here?
Yes, so we're here. We have not seen the letter from the Design Review Board from that meeting. I know a couple of the comments and discussion have been around trees, and I think one of the things we wanted to mention today, obviously this being commercial land, solar has a couple of advantages versus other commercial types of entities in that it's non-permanent, in that at the end of life of the solar project, it can be removed and either the land can be reclaimed or used for other purposes. In addition, although there are trees on the site and we recognize that would have to be cut to put the solar array down, the carbon offset of a solar project versus a fossil fuel project is roughly about 1.5 times the net of the tree's carbon capture. So from a commercial land standpoint, we are aware, obviously, that there are trees in the lot, but we believe that this represents a very strong use for a commercially zoned property, given that the solar project is quite beneficial compared to fossil fuel generation, and in addition, that it is non-permanent and the land can be reclaimed at the end of life of the project.
Okay, I'm gonna make a recommendation.
Mr. Chair, it's Seth. I have a quick question.
Oh, you're with us. Good. Go ahead.
I did not receive the link, but I was promoted to panelist, so I'm here. Yes, I missed the first 5 minutes, but the letter and the plan state a 30-foot buffer. I thought it was a 50-foot buffer requirement in the ordinance.
And Ms. Small said it was 50 feet.
Yeah, it is. We have a 50-foot, 30-foot vegetated, oh, I'm sorry, it is 30-foot vegetated buffer.
Instead of 50.
I'm sorry, I misread my plan. I apologize to the board for that. It's a 30-foot vegetated buffer that's required for this.
I was under the impression the ordinance required 50 feet, but maybe is that a setback or?
I think it's a setback from the actual panel. Perhaps. I don't have the ordinance in front of me and this is my first one, so I apologize for that, but I do know that we're not asking for any relief. I believe it's a 50-foot panel setback and a 30-foot vegetated buffer.
And if I can mention also to the board, we have Kevin Alverson on the Zoom as well, who we're engaging as a landscape architect to work with Lynn and myself and the rest of the team to address the buffering and the pollinator plants and the meadow grasses on site.
All right, and Mr. Bellotti, do you have any other questions of Ms. Small?
I don't think my question was really answered. I was asking what the requirement is and if the 30 feet meets the requirement. I thought it was 50 feet, but I could be mistaken. I'm not exactly sure.
What I answered is that I believe it's a 30-foot buffer and a 50-foot panel setback. And those are both marked on the plan. You can see them on sheet 4 of 7. They are screened though, so they're, you can also see them on the existing conditions plan. We reflected them very similar to a building setback line on the site plans.
I guess it's more of like a question for Mike Asciola. Mike, do you know what does the ordinance say regarding setback? I'm not sure if this meets the ordinance or not.
It does. It's the vegetated buffer must be 30 feet within the yard setback where abutting residential and town center zones, and a minimum of 20 feet within the yard setback where abutting all other zones.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I was just sort of confused because I had 50 in my head and you originally said 50, and then I saw I saw 30 on the plan, so that's why I was like, wait.
Yeah, I apologize for that.
No, that's fine. It's fine. I just want to make sure we're on the right side. That's all. Thank you. That answers my question.
Things in an accurate way. Anybody else have any questions of this witness?
Question. So is the petitioner prepared to speak to what you're proposing with the minimum setbacks now, or is that going to come in a subsequent review with the landscaping plans as it affects, the residential butters and relative to the topography and lines of sight?
Yes, so sorry, it's a little bit difficult to hear, but if the question is, are we planning to address? Mhm. Sorry?
Are you going to present your landscape architect as a witness tonight? Yes, Mr.
Yeah, Kevin, I don't know if you want to speak briefly about, obviously we don't have the plan today, but the plan going forward.
The next witness. Have any questions of Ms. Small? All right, Mr. Saban, do you have any other witnesses to call?
We have Kevin Alverson, who's the landscape architect that we're working with, who can speak briefly about the plan going forward to address the landscaping concerns. Kevin, are you online?
I don't see him in as a panelist.
I can,
But I don't see him as.
Hello.
Oh, there you are.
Hi. If you can hear me, I wasn't on as a panelist before, but yes, my name is Kevin Alverson. I'm a licensed landscape architect in the state of Rhode Island. I've been contacted by the applicant to review and address the visual screening component of this project. So although I'm just recently brought into the project, I've been brought up to speed as to the design of this. I've been working with Mr. Sapin, and I've worked with Ms. Small on several of the projects for this. But the task at hand that I've been brought in for is to do just that, to assess the existing vegetative buffer that's out there currently, including the existing species that are out there. So that with the 30-foot vegetative buffer around the project site, that we would be supplementing it accordingly, strategically placing plantings accordingly around the perimeter of the site to make sure that it's suitably obscured, not just from the residential properties, but also from the public roadways. So I've done some preliminary analysis as to that, but as Mr. Sapin had mentioned, I do not have a plan prepared at this point. But I have been brought abreast of the project, and I'm working with the team to be able to address that component of it.
are you aware of a letter from our design review board dated June 21 this year regarding vegetation suggestions?
I have not seen that letter yet, but I will be sure to review that in detail as part of the landscape design for the project.
Are there any questions of this witness by members of the board? All right, what are we going to do?
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we introduce the letter from the design review board as exhibit 1 to this petition.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any other discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we're going to open up to the general public. And anybody who wants to speak on this petition, please come forward and go to the podium. We need your name and your address.
My name is Christian Sullivan. And my address is 799 Union Street. Sorry.
And where would that be? Are you in a butter?
I am.
Which, and
Is that
where
better?
is?
Can everyone hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you. I don't know if
You
you
guys
guys.
hear me? All right, cool.
Can you hear them, Gigi?
Yes.
Clearly, I did not catch his address.
799 Union Street.
Okay, thank you.
So you're where on the
So if you
side?
look towards the east there.
Yeah.
That entire line's mine.
Okay, so the one up on the hill.
Underneath the hill. Yeah, exactly. So, I'm a long time born and raised in Aquidneck Islander. I purchased that property. It's about 15 acres, that lies to the east of this, a little over 4 years ago. Slotted for development, at least that's what it's being sold for. I'm restoring the grounds, and I'd like to kind of keep it that way. That was my hope for this. The area that's up there is completely fully forested. So I guess my first question to you guys, just something I kind of want to say before I probably don't make a ton of friends here, is that it's very difficult to find out about what's going on with these things. I have consulted the Attorney General. I think we're kind of like walking a little bit of a fine line here. as far as the Secretary of State is posted up, our information on this meeting is posted up on the 7th. So that goes right into the 42-6-46-5, the Open Meetings Act. However, it was posted again this morning at 9:36. On the Secretary of State website, there's no documentation on the plans or anything else. On the town's website, there's no documentation of any of this or anything else. You have to come in for that. It's posted in the other two locations. One's the front door, one's the town clerk's office. That's kind of what I think we're leaning on for our two posting areas. It seems kind of a hairline to me. I mean, we can move forward with it, but I think it justifies the complaint. It's difficult to know that these things are going on. This is very pressing. All of the other abutters that I've contacted and people that are close by to this project have a pretty serious, if they want to speak, they want to be heard. They didn't even know what was going on. So I guess I'm kind of here to say, do we really want to continue with this one or the meeting? If you guys feel that you do, I mean, I'm prepared to keep going here, but just.
Now let's address your notice issue first.
Okay.
Mr. Saban,
Yes, sir.
were notices sent out about this meeting?
Yes, they were.
You address that issue, please. I assume you can hear us.
So our office submitted a list of abutters for the project.
You're not Mr. Saban.
Yes, I'm sorry. I answered the question. I don't know if you could hear me. I said yes, notices were sent out about this meeting.
And when were they sent out?
I'm sorry.
When were they sent out?
They were sent out several weeks ago.
And there's a list that was submitted to the planning board showing all the abutters?
Yes,
And notices were sent out in due course?
yes.
Receipts for that alone.
Hang on. Hang on. I don't think it's required that they sent certified mails.
Maybe this page is not yet.
Yeah, I mean,
At some
the question is, has it met the requirements of the law?
Exactly.
This is essentially the issue. And as long as they've met the requirements of the law, then they have a right to go forward with the petition. Would be my answer to that. You may not be happy with that, and maybe the law needs to be changed, but that doesn't help us right now.
I completely understand. I guess I was just kind of trying to point in the direction that this is definitely a slippery slope, or walking that line. We're right on the thread here. We're not really informing people properly. The big one here is the Secretary of State doesn't contain the minutes. There's a 10-day deadline on that's supposed to go up. So if you're to access the website, go on to try to find anything before this meeting or anything else, it's not present. I think people are having a very difficult time getting informed. I mean, I think that merits a question, but I mean, if we want to go forward, that's fine. I mean, I have some other things to say.
Then why don't we address those?
This was the first meeting. Was there, with the moving it to today's meeting, was there?
First of all, you can't.
But
You still can't. You go out there, you can address it. Mr. Saban, we have a copy of the notice that was sent out on May 25th, 2021 to the meeting for last month, June. Was there a subsequent notice sent out? Not that it's necessarily required, because we continue to meet, but I'm just asking.
No, there was not a subsequent notice sent out. It was the meeting that we confirmed was, the notice rather, that we confirmed was sent out prior to the last meeting.
Very interesting. All right, Mr.
I'm not anti-solar. I think I should probably put that out there. I actually went to the University of Rhode Island for landscape architecture and horticulture. I believe in alternative technologies. I run and operate a company on the island and have since I was 18. I employ a lot of other islanders as well, and my company basically specializes in estate management from a sustainable standpoint. So I would like to think that I can actually, I do understand a lot of what is going on here and what I see, and I just kind of want to let everyone know here that what Mr. Snapman has just told us is that, it's kind of funny to me, honestly, that it is it's better for the carbon footprint to destroy an old growth forest entirely, because mathematically you restore, you produce more energy, and it's better for the environment. Well, by that standard, I don't really understand why we're not doing a whole lot more of it, but I'm not even going to really get into that right now, because I think everyone kind of just knows cutting down forests and replacing them with solar panels is non-sustainable by its very nature. Never mind just from a mathematical standpoint. I think everyone just kind of understands that. But my next question is, what are we actually looking at here? So on the agenda that I see here, it says the master plan application. Would this be considered? So I just read on the website here, the planning board fee schedule and kind of like the procedure here. The pre-application concept review informational meeting. Do you guys is that something that you put on the advisory board, the design review board? Sorry, that meeting that took place first, I believe. I was at that one too. Is that what we're saying took place already, or?
No, let me explain the process.
Sure.
Because I think it would probably be.
Yeah, that'd be great.
It's basically a three-step process, although quite frankly, sometimes the shortcut and they're merged.
Okay.
But the master plan is designed for sort of conceptual.
Okay.
Some of these big plans and developments that we get to come in are going to require a lot of engineering and a lot of money to be spent on site, and the developer can't afford to do that unless the concept is going to be approved. And so that's the stage that you're on now. You heard me ask a whole bunch of questions.
I did.
About sort of detailed kinds of things.
Good question.
And quite frankly, that's a little bit unfair to the developer, because that's what really happens at the next stage.
Okay.
And where the devil is usually in the details. But as a developer, you can't really start spending that engineering money and start doing infrastructure stuff until you know that it's actually a project that can be developed.
Yeah.
And so that's sort of generally the place that we're at right now. The other stuff, the devil in details, will come before us at some later date.
Okay. So just to completely clarify here, what we're doing here now would be considered the pre-application.
No, it's not a pre-application,
Okay.
because if we, and again, I'm not presupposing because we're meant to make a decision.
Of course. Yeah, no, I'm
But
just trying to.
let's assume that we decided that we were going to approve this,
Okay.
and the board does. Then they have a legally vested interest in developing this project, subject to us reviewing all the little nitty gritty details
Okay.
that they go through. I asked about surface water runoff. They're going to have to come in and show us that. They're going to have to talk about the buffers and the vegetation and the lighting and all the rest of that stuff in detail. You can't make the developer spend that money until they know that the project is feasible. So yeah, don't think of it as a pre-application. This is an application.
Okay. So I guess that's where I'm kind of trying to hone in on that, because I'm gonna go back to that a little bit because I'm just a little confused. So if this is not the pre-application or like a conceptual application, this is in fact a master plan submission?
Yes.
Okay, so if it's a master plan submission to the planning board, correct me if I'm wrong, but the first thing that's supposed to take place is the meeting that was not really able to take place last time. So on the 21st, the design review board, and they don't have it today either. So it just obviously goes to show, and we don't have to look into it. Their purview, typically signage, lighting, landscaping, buffers, etc. Some of those are already under,
Facility design, those kinds of things.
that wasn't, so Also, the information that you said, that letter that was just put in for their findings, number one, that wasn't available to anyone, so I haven't seen it, no one else has seen it. I know there's a lot of other people who would love to see that. But also,
The developer hasn't seen it.
there you go. So I guess what I'm kind of like,
If you want to know what the design board review is it's really a help to us.
okay,
They don't have any decision-making power, but they make recommendations to this.
what I would stress here is, although we can say that, yes, they don't have decision-making power, there's a very real procedural, context that's supposed to take place here. And the design review board, although maybe they do not have the power to make decisions, are put there for a very real reason. So we have that meeting before we're even supposed to be really having this meeting at any stage. From my understanding and from my readings, I feel free to correct me here, but that's the reason why that was put there. I know they don't have a tremendous amount of clout, but to have this meeting with the presumption that the meeting already took place on June 21st, they don't have the criteria for that now. They didn't have it before. So what do we do? We're jumping ahead. And to me, you're not, I mean, I had a different discussion, I guess, today, but about we're supposed to follow the procedure. And when we walk outside of that procedure, things get a little wonky. I chose to buy my property here in my home that I love. My father was a fisherman. I love the environment. I want to stay here. I want to stay here, but I don't understand what direction we're kind of going in here. I don't want to say, we're doing this or doing that, but I think we're supposed to have.
There's absolutely no problem with them going before a petition and seeing what the design review board wants them to put into any development.
But they didn't have anything for them.
Sure, they showed them what they were doing. Go ahead.
So the design review board on June 21st reviewed a concept plan.
Yep.
They still have to go back before the design review board.
Right, before they go to the next stage. So they're gonna have to go back in. If the developer wants to spin their wheels and make more, cost themselves more money, then I don't see how there's a detriment to us.
Okay, so I guess the way that I was perceiving it, maybe I'm wrong, but this is great, because I know a lot of other people, we're all trying to figure this out together, is that this meeting is not really gaining any headway for this
You're talking
project.
about the design review committee?
Well, no, right now.
Oh, no, we're gonna have a meeting. We're having a meeting.
So I understand that, but what I'm saying is if we have this meeting now, and we haven't technically considered the design review board, would we say that?
Yes, we did. We put it into the record.
Okay,
It's part of the record, and they made recommendations on lighting, they made recommendations on landscape, and that will be revisited once there is a technical plan,
okay. I mean, to me,
assuming there is a technical plan.
well, yeah, I
I
mean,
shouldn't say
obviously,
it
we
quite
can't.
that way.
I guess I would just bring to light that it would be perceived in a different scenario and could very easily be perceived in a different situation here because we're not actually going through, I mean, we can, it's apples and oranges, one to the other, but for me, and I think a lot of other people, and also in the legality of the whole situation, I think we should kind of consult the actual findings of what they have before we keep moving forward, but I mean, as long as we're not putting the carriage in front of the horse.
It's part of the record. What else do you have to say, sir?
I guess I'm really looking to just shed some light on the confusing and hasty approach and procedure surrounding large solar array construction and kind of what we're doing with everything here. I do apologize, I'm a bit underprepared. I had some more things to say and I was a little bit more organized, but I'm sure you're all aware of the water situation that's been going on. I've been working for the past 48 hours. My property also extends all the way down. Water companies over there. Jim Roberts, so he's the manager over there. And I happened to discuss this project with him. He knows nothing about this either. But we both kind of talk about how it's really not the greatest idea for a lot of different reasons. But I just thought I would kind of point out that obviously it is heavily in the watershed area. The problem is that people are not getting informed. And I think that's really what's going on. I know a lot more people want to be a part of this from the ground level, and it's not happening. There's a very real resistance to this, and I mean, I could talk about a lot of other avenues of why they shouldn't take place, but I mean, I think everyone here kind of just knows what's going on, so.
All right, anybody have any questions? Okay, thank you, sir. Anyone else? Go on, sir. You can know the routine, and your name and your address.
Richard Bunch, 775 Union.
How you doing, classmate?
Good. I have some kind of particular questions. I don't know if it's appropriate now or.
Ask away.
All right, well, you know, the obvious things, I was a little taken back when you talked about removing all the trees that are there, the club, and it's, you know, we're talking about a reservoir, we're not talking about a freshwater pond or anything like that. And the trees that are there, there's the habitat, the animals that are living there, the soil retention, the trees build up the soil, and all that's going to be destroyed. And the topography there, I think a lot of people really don't kind of understand. A lot of it's on Christian's land. Christian goes right down to the reservoir. And I took that plan that's on the screen. I had to use a magnifying glass because it's really small. And I drew a line through the solar development that is at the peak, and it's at 167 feet.
You're talking about the east,
I'm talking,
southeast corner?
I'm talking actually from the north, the south end of this solar development plan. And that puts, I didn't try to measure it, but I'd say a good third of that solar complex would be east of that peak heading to the reservoir. In other words, it would be on the downslope to the reservoir. And all that property is unique. If you go down to the reservoir and stand there, turn around, and you look west, it's a natural amphitheater. It's unbelievable, it really is. And this solar development would be pretty much center field all the way through right field. And where I drew this line through that plan up there, if the grass was all smooth all the way down, if you stood at that peak, you took a bowling ball and threw it, it would go into the water down the reservoir. So we're talking a pretty good pitch. So I think that's a big problem, and part of this is being built in some kind of, you know, watershed protection zone. And I'm looking online, all the big problems with all the watersheds on the island, and I look at this proposed development, and I just go, why are we even discussing this? Why is this even possible? It's a watershed protection zone. It's sloped to the reservoir. And those are my big issues. It really is. The wildlife that's in there and everything else is really something. But the thing that I really wanted to talk about too is the elevation of this site. And they're talking about the screens. And I have a lot of problems with that because I did a little rough math here. And if any of you guys on the tube there can tell me I'm wrong, please pitch in. But I took the peak through this development at 167 feet. I added to that 10 feet, thinking that a typical solar panel is going to be tilted up. I'm looking at the ones at the Navy base, and I think it's safe to say that the top height of that panel's at least 10 feet off the line. So I said 10 feet. So I took the 10 feet, I added it to the 167 peak, and I got 177 feet along that peak line in the solar development. Then I looked at the topography along the, well, I did on both sides, but I looked on the east side of this development. And it varies a little bit, but I gave it the benefit of the doubt. And I said, along the top of the vegetation line on the east side, I roughed it out at 155 feet elevation. Then I added to that the 10 feet high vegetation maximum that it says on this plan. I came up with 165 feet of, height above sea level there at the top of the vegetation. So between the peak, where the panels are, and the top of the vegetation line, this is on the east side, there's a 12-foot difference. So if I'm in my backyard, and 7 other people that live on the street, plus Christian, and I look west now, I see a sunset over a beautiful tree line. It's heavily forested. That goes in this development. It's done. What they leave behind, according to these plans, 10 foot high. I look over there, I see 10 feet of, vegetation, screen, whatever, behind a chain link fence or whatever they're putting up. And then my sunset and everyone else's is going to be a total sea of solar panels. They're not hidden because of the topography of where they want to put this. We think the Navy basis is bad on West Main Road. That's flat. This isn't flat. And then when you look at the west side, that's even worse. I went from 167 feet at the peak down to, according to this chart, I can only go down to behind the gas station that's there now. And I had 145 feet of, sea level height. That's a 22-foot difference between the back of the gas station and the peak of the solar array. Now, I don't even know, you drop down in front of the gas station, down to West Main Road, that's more than 22. That's going to be, you're going to add, what are you going to add to that? Another 10 feet, maybe? 32 feet down below? You're driving on West Main Road and you're heading north. You're going to look at a gas station. It's going to be like this behind it. It's going to be a sea of solar panels. How are they screening that? How is that going to be screened? So they can talk about perimeter on this thing or whatever, but you've got to look at the topography of where they are planning on putting this. And the topography doesn't make sense. It's going to be an eyesore. You think the base is going to be an eyesore? This is going to be worse. What are they going to plant? 65-foot trees to cover that?
Well, it would kind of defeat the point of pencil.
Yeah, I know. That's what I mean.
Why don't we ask?
So, I mean, yeah, I wish I was wrong, but I don't know. I don't think I am. And the perimeter thing sounds fine and everything else, but it just doesn't make sense. Not for this. There's a reservoir there. We have to talk about the reservoir. You look online and you see everything that's going on about you know, the reservoirs around here, and these guys are talking about deforesting that area, and part of that tilts straight to that reservoir. It's enough said, I can bring it up.
No, you don't get to leave that. Mr. Saban. Or
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Hall, I suppose. Wish to address this?
So as Mr. Alverson said previously,
Speak up, please.
yeah, so as Mr. Alverson said previously, we're going to be working to address the border, you know, the border as well as the shrubbery, etc. That the previous person just mentioned. We're not prepared to discuss that today, but that's something we will be developing as we move forward.
Well, but his point is that this is going to be visible from West Main Road, right? Is that a fair statement? I'm not saying that is either good or bad, I'm just saying that's seems to be fact.
Well, may I speak?
Well, that's up to your lawyer, that's not up to me.
Please go ahead, Lynn.
There is existing perimeter vegetation and the site is vegetated now from where the panels are proposed to the rear of the existing gas station that's on site right now. That is substantially more than the 30 foot. There's a wetland there, and those trees are all going to remain. The portion of the site that's north of the gas station, that's all vegetated and that's going to stay. And I understand that the speaker had mentioned that the panel height and then added it to the existing grade of the site, but the trees are higher than that. So the panels may only be 10 feet, and I'm not entirely positive if that's how tall they are, but the trees are taller than 10 feet. So you'll get some additional buffering from that. Solar projects are not always designed so that no one absolutely sees them. You know, I mean, if we put a hotel over here, you would see that from West Main Road. You would see that if you were standing near the reservoir, you know, and it would be impervious and it would be a big structure. It's a commercially zoned property. So when you consider the fact of the underlying zoning and the development rights that you have for the project, this is rather passive use for the property. And we will do everything we can to help screen the project so that any view of it is minimized.
Anything else, Mr. Saban?
No, I don't have anything to add to Lynn's comments.
Ms. Small, could you just address us about his concerns with the watershed protection district? I know you stayed out of zone A, but what are you doing in zone UD to protect the watershed?
I was muted. I apologize. We do have the solar panels located in zone UB. And we did minimize as much of the gravel access driveway as we could in the UD zone. There is a portion, it's not the entire portion of the area within the UD zone that slopes towards the watershed, towards the reservoir. It's maybe about 2/3 of that. A large portion of that includes the 30-foot buffering. And when we come back, if we come back to the next meeting, I can get you some areas on that. So we'll know exactly how much of the solar project drains in that direction. But we are planning on putting those meadow grasses in there so that we will provide, it's all pervious in that area so that you'll have no impacts on the watershed from a stormwater perspective.
I'm not so sure that satisfies you.
No,
And I just want to make a comment about a couple of things. One is the idea that you cut down trees to
put in these facilities and somehow that's, and maybe numbers wise, but intellectually, we all know that that's a bunch of hooey. Here's the problem. There's an owner to this property. As an owner to property, you're already doing a brick cut in town. So they could go in there and cut down every single tree, and they wouldn't need a permit, they wouldn't need anybody's permission. And so you always have to sort of be conscious of that. The other thing that you mentioned that I wanted to address too is you said, well, why are we considering this? And the fact of the matter is, the reason we're considering these is because they're subsidized right now by federal and state funds. And that's the reason that you see all these things popping up right now, and why everybody's sort of struggling. Because quite frankly, I agree with you, I don't find that attractive at all.
You know,
I don't say that that's not going to solve your issues, but I just wanted to say that I think all of us are kind of feel your pain, but we're dealing with what the law permits, and we have a state that's and state laws that said we're going to have these facilities, that we have to have this energy independence, and they have to go somewhere. I'm sorry, I
No,
don't.
I mean, I think there's a place for it, but geez. Here, that close to the reservoir with the topography of this land? Like, I really wish, as a town resident, we had, the town had more of a say in these things. This, to me, this isn't right. And I think most people see it that way. And I know, the landowner wants to do something with the land and they want to make more money and all that. But there's got to be like,
In its own commercial.
some kind of, it's, I mean, we can get into the, what's underneath there? It's all ledge.
And the reason why it looks the way it does.
It's all ledge. So, we talk about stormwater runoff and stuff. There's not much topsoil there. And to me, it's, I don't know, it's just, it's very distressing to see something like this ecological wise being proposed for this area. And to me, it's very disheartening. I've lived on the east side of this property for 45 years. I know the topography well. Years when I was younger, I had trails through this area. I know it really well. Christian Sullivan bought the property behind me, and he's done wonders with it. He's like a one-man, conservation corps down there. He's done so much for the benefit of the reservoir, and to see something like this coming along is, I know it's disheartening to me, and I know it's really heartbreaking to him. And I don't know, it's just a sad thing, but about it for now anyways. But the buffering thing, the vegetation, they're not going to hide this from West Newbury, that's for sure.
Well, they have to have the southern exposure, right? It's kind of the whole point.
And the other question I can ask at a different time, but they say maximum 10 feet buffer around this. I'm assuming that they're going to want to keep that cut all the time too. They're not going to let that stuff grow to 30 feet.
You're talking about the buffering on the edges?
Yeah.
No, that grows. But they have to come in with a,
To unlimited height?
well, we have input in terms of what is going to be put on it. There's going to have to be minimum landscape plan. And they're going to have to maintain them. And yeah, there'll be visual buffers and stuff like that, but around the edges. But at some point, as you suggest, this is a hilly project, and they're going to want the south as clear as possible because that's where the sun comes from. So it's going to be visual from some place.
I think it's going to be better. Just from the east side, as I said, they have a 10-foot buffer there. This panel's going to be popping way up higher than that.
All right, Mr. Lynch, is there anything else?
No, I'll say something at the next meeting. Thank you.
Well, they're public meetings, so you have to refer to.
Thanks.
Anyone else? Come on up. You know the drill, right? Name and address.
My name is David Howard. I live at 36 Marion Rose Drive.
All right, let's make sure Dee Dee got it. Did you get it, Dee Dee?
That was Mr. Howard. What was his address again?
36 Mariel Rose Drive.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Go ahead, Mr.
I
Howard.
just have two quick comments. One, I would like to echo the sentiments of the first speaker. We're just citizens. We don't understand this process. I know within the letter of the law, continuation does not have to be advertised. However, when you're going to great lengths just to find out if there is a meeting and you don't get any information on it until 9:36 or whatever it was this morning, and you can't find all the backup material, there should be a better way. There really should, continuation or not. I would also like to point out that your website says that meetings are held the second Wednesday of each month, except July and December.
This is a special meeting because the last one got blown up.
Yes, and I understand that, and I thank you for meeting on your day off. I appreciate it. But still, I hope you understand how difficult it is for us to keep track of all this stuff that's happening, and why these meetings keep getting changed, where the information is on how much forest is being cleared, you know, whether or not it's a runoff area for the reservoir. Information like that is hard to find for your average person. That's all I'm saying. And I would appreciate any effort you all can make to make it easier for folks like us. The second thing I would like to say is I'm kind of sorry that the agenda item for the discussion of Grossmart, Rhode Island's suggested amendments to the zoning ordinance is continued. While this gets continued, we're seeing a lot of people submitting projects, getting in under the current ordinance, which I think is deeply flawed. And
That may be your opinion, but your statement about what's going on is correct.
yeah, well, I would also just like to leave you with two thoughts. One is the west side of Portsmouth is getting the brunt of all these solar arrays. I'd like to know how many of you live on the west side.
Our addresses are public knowledge, so you can go take a look.
Okay, I did. I was just doing that for effect.
You didn't really, I wasn't gonna give you an answer. You should have expected it, but they're posted on the website.
Yes, they are.
The recused member notwithstanding.
Yes, we have a member here who, you know, has a vested interest, but in the town council, the planning board, and the zoning board of review, I think you can count on two fingers the number of people representing the west side. That's not your fault.
Time for you to run for office.
That's not your fault. I'm saying it's up to us to fix that. But I think part of the problem here is we bring this up over and over again and it falls on deaf ears. And I think what you see depends on where you sit. And until somebody proposes something over on this side of the island, where most of you live, it's kind of like,
I take exception to that, sir.
I do too.
That's not fair. It's not fair. Regardless of where we live, we're instilled to uphold the ordinances that are before us, regardless of where we live in this town. I've been a lifelong Islander, so I resent what you said, and it's not on what I'm representing.
can I ask you another question? Has anybody on this board spoken to the Navy about their lack of coverage along West Main Road for their array?
Well, I know that at least members of the town planning board did, and the fact of the matter is that's federal land and states and
Well, I keep
municipalities
hearing that, but
cannot control it.
they want to be good neighbors.
Do
They're supposed to be good neighbors. So anyway, the last thing thing I would like to leave you with before I get too many of you totally kicked off is there's a part of the comprehensive plan, and I say this for when you consider the amendments, if you ever do. Portsmouth will possess a balanced framework of local economic policies that promote sustainable growth and jobs, business activity, tax base without compromising Portsmouth's unique community character and fiscal stability or the quality of its natural environment. And I think some of us believe that we're rushing to save the climate, and by doing so, destroying the environment. So please seek input of Grossmark, Rhode Island, and why they suggested those amendments. I know it's just easy to look at them and say it's not for us, but there's a reason for them. So please, I can't speak for the town council or why nobody asked somebody from Grossmark, Rhode Island to come here and present them. But
We hear the petitions, we don't present them.
okay. By a petition to have somebody from Grossmark, Rhode Island attend the next.
Well, if there's something on the agenda that they can address, sure.
Okay. All right. And I'm sorry I insulted you. I don't mean to impugn. I don't envy you your job. I know your hearts are all in the right place.
And we get paid big bucks.
I don't spend it all on.
Not at all, yeah.
So thank you for what you do, and thank you for your time.
All right, not a problem. Does anybody have any questions? Can't put your runs away.
Okay.
You have anything to say, Mr. Saban?
No, I don't have anything to add right now. We're very aware of the local community and what we're going to work with the board and the local community as much as possible.
All right, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. And the last thing, we can do something to help the acoustics in the back of the room. We're having a real hard time hearing the elevation of presenters.
Well,
Thank you.
that, again, once again, beyond our control. And it's the guys who really sit up here who control the technology. Come on up, sir.
David Croston, 118 Sweet Farm Road, IBD. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, members. I rise today to speak to the testimony that was provided to you and to the town council prior to the approval of this ordinance in November. The proponent at the time, which spent numerous meetings with you, and a couple meetings, some of which were properly advertised, some were not, assured the town council, assured you, assured the residents which you represent that this ordinance were minimum standards. Minimum standards. Now, I think what's in front of us today is a really poor ordinance, which you know I am fighting and will fight. The reality, though, is I think testimony in front of your board, in front of the council, is applicable for something such as this. And I do believe that this applicant is ill-prepared for a decision this evening, and I would ask you to continue this until they were better prepared. But colonial forces probably walk by these stunted trees, but the ordinance doesn't allow you to consider them. But I can assure you that the proponent of this ordinance, when he spoke to you and when he spoke to the town council, he assured that you would be our last stop, that you would stand up for the residents and you would do what's right. Well, isn't what's right? We're talking about a watershed here. We only got one. Where are we going to go? Now we're going to go buy it from Stonebridge? You know, there's a point by which this planning board, and I don't mean to preach to you, but there's a point by which this planning board has to go back to testimony and realize that you stand between what we determine in the ordinance that our professionals wrote to be a minimum. You have the power. And I don't stand today for, it's commercial, I get it. The one behind me is light industrial, get it. They have rights, I get it. But you are the sole master authority of saying, all right, this plan makes sense for the residents of Portsmouth. And this plan simply, for one reason under the protection of our watershed, doesn't. And I would love to say that the ordinance spoke to old growth trees and protection of our environment. It does not. It simply says 30 feet of vegetative buffer and 50-foot setback. Minimums. So I would ask that this committee, one, continue this until they were better prepared to address the water flow into the watershed, our only watershed in Portsmouth, our source of our drinking water, and that you seriously consider that you have the power under the ordinance to really properly set back this to the watershed and hopefully protect us and protect all residents that you represent. Thank you.
No, hang on.
Yep.
Anybody
All
have
right,
any
Mr.
questions? All right, sir. Mr. Safer, do you have anything to say?
Thank you. So very much respect the comments. As Ms. Small said earlier, this project has applied and been issued a stormwater runoff permit. And so we are working within the letter of the law and to do what we're supposed to do. Lynn, I'm not sure if you want to add anything to that.
I would. Thank you very much, Ed. We are at a master plan level. So stormwater analysis is not normally required at this level. This is for layout to make sure that we're meeting the setbacks and have the land area, lot coverage, things like that. But as far as designing to the minimum standards, I tend to disagree. There are the southern boundary line. We have met the setback on the eastern boundary line for 2/3 of the length of the solar field. We meet the setback. The rest of it, we exceed it. We exceed it on the north side. We exceed it for a portion on the east side. We exceed it on the south, on the west side. Everything is buffered more than the required 30 feet, except for those along those two property lines. And that is controlled by the wetland, and we wanted to respect the A zone for the watershed protection district. So we didn't go past that boundary.
Chairman,
Yes.
I don't think I'm talking about setbacks.
No, you're talking about protecting the watershed.
That's
Ms. Small, have there been any discussions with, I don't even know what the proper authority is, but Newport Water in terms of what they would be interested in, if they would be interested in having some input in protecting the watershed that's part of their responsibility?
I know that Newport Water will be notified if they haven't already, because when we did the gas station project on the corner, they were notified and provided their feedback. So I honestly don't know the answer if they were already notified, but I do know during this process, they will be.
I don't know if that answers your question.
No.
Probably did.
And it just, look,
At least I asked a question, right?
the applicant has every right to develop the property
Yeah,
in conjunction with the rights of the residents of Portsmouth and as it is defined by the ordinance.
yeah, the city of Newport was the ones who.
I understand.
Were on the list.
I get it. Again, you are our last stop.
Yeah, but again, let me go back to how this process works. The nitty-gritty details of exactly what they have to do to, first of all, this is a conceptual project, not the nitty-gritty details. When you talk about watershed protection, that's nitty-gritty details. So they've been given notice, I assume they were given, or had access to the plans, but,
So, Mr. Chairman, since you raised how this process works, and I was prepared to present this at the other item that has been withdrawn, but since you raised it, I'd like to submit an opinion letter I commissioned from an AICP in Rhode Island on the fact that this board did not follow Chapter 45. And this is my work product. I'd like to submit it just so the committee can actually.
give it to Mr. Lozinski. Mr. Lozinski.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Watch the board.
I'm NIT.
I just want to make sure we know.
And the only reason I submit that is because it is this board that started with this work. And it is this board that actually now has postponed this revised ordinance.
Can I ask you a question? sir?
Yep.
Did you ask the town's attorney?
I'm quite familiar with the tennis.
I didn't, you're not answering my questions.
So ask what?
Did you ask him that same question?
I'm not sure what the question is.
You're saying that this board, we have the same lawyer that you have. If you think that we are operating in an inappropriate way, is it the chain of command that you go to the lawyer that represents this board and say, what's going on?
He has.
And apparently he's not going to give the answer you're looking for.
That's correct. And again, I share this not in ends. I just want to share with you.
More information is always better.
That's correct. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No problem. Anyone else, please? Come on up, sir.
Bill Com, 108 West Passage Drive.
Thank you.
Um,
Wait a minute, Dee, did you get that? Dee, did you get that?
No, I just need his name.
108 West Passage Drive.
No, the name, please, sir.
William Com, K-O-M.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm under the impression that there's some ambiguity in the term setback. So what does setback mean? The applicant is claiming that setback is from the property line to the panel. I do not believe there's anything in the language of the ordinance that refers to the panel as where you measure the setback from. I would argue that the setback should be measured from the property line to the fence, since the fence is a requirement of the solar installation.
I don't have it in front of me. Mike, do you have?
I would maintain it can't be
Well,
the
let's-
panel because there could be a transformer on the property and that would exempt that from setbacks.
Let's go take a look at what it says.
Okay.
Typically, a fence isn't,
You don't measure from a fence, you measure from the actual line, normal. But I
setback.
forgot, I can't tell you the exact.
But the fence is a design element of the solar.
Yeah, but then, you measure from property lines, If I decide to put my fence 10 feet inside my property line, you don't measure the setback from the fence.
It refers to the yard setback, within the solar energy systems ordinance, solar energy systems, section of the zoning ordinance. So Yard setback, I believe the definition exempts fences from,
Fence could go on the property line,
Normally it does, yeah.
Yeah,
even at the solar farm.
Well, that's just, it's standard for everything. It'd be standard for your house too. If you have a fence that's inside your property line, it's not a setback as a property fence, it's from the property.
I think because the fence is a safety requirement for the solar farm, that it's not just a regular fence. You also have to have it so many inches above the ground animal, so it's a part of the design of the solar farm. And I think the setback should be to the fence. I know you're gonna be reviewing the Rhode Island input, and I think you need to define precisely what setback means. So there's no developer interpreting it one way and then other people are interpreting it differently. You can avoid that whole problem right now.
All right. Hang on, somebody made a question. Okay, any questions? Do you have any questions? What? Apparently not. Mr. Sapin, any comment? I'm going to assume not. Okay. Anyone else wish to speak?
Gotta go back up.
New material only, please. You got something?
I got it, no problem. Christian Sullivan, 799 Union Street. Didn't want to,
Again, hang on.
Yep, no
Did you
problem.
get that, Dee Dee? Mr. Sullivan? I'm bad. I think she's got it. Go
I
ahead.
think so. I think Ed might be able to
Go ahead.
too, I'm not sure. All right, cool. So,
Yeah, she's got it.
I was gonna wait because that was kind of going on long a little bit last time, but I did kind of want to speak on what some of the other people had said. I felt a little motivated to come up. So I did make the conscious decision to stay here, stay in Portsmouth. I do really like it here. And we've had a lot of discussion about the law, and it's commercially zoned, and it is legally viable for them to do just that, but it's also important to understand that is jail, so it can't hurt. So your options are limited, so we're left with solar, and I get that. Just because they can doesn't mean that they should, and we all understand that. But what has been mentioned a couple times here is you guys are a line of defense, a very serious line of defense, 32 years old. That property I bought was, let's just say, my life's work. It is my life's work. I'm at the bottom of your drinking water supply. Okay, 5 to 6 million gallons of water a day. Right here, this number. The best use of that property financially for me would probably be to put houses there. I don't want to do that. The thought of that disgusts me immensely. Then some.
Well, you'd have to rezone it, but I suppose it's a big possibility.
Yeah, it is. I mean, when I purchased it, the conceptuals were all there with the zoning, it's everything with, it was the perk test for it. It was fairly far along. And I saved it, for lack of a better word. And many of the neighbors at the time, including now, even came to me and said, you saved this from that. It did not look like what it was, what it is now. It was 50 years of neglect. I have kids from the neighborhood come down now. We're free ranging chickens, we've got goats. Huge areas are dedicated to natural forests still, of which I have an extremely intimate relationship with. We are a member of the Falconry program. We're getting into rehabilitation. I just kind of wanted to come on and say this open forum, obviously, this is where it all begins. I have offered numerous times since January to the property owner to attempt to match the solar efforts the best that I can. I work tirelessly. I work really, really hard. And I would literally write a check for every penny in my account right now as it stands to keep that from happening, to buy that. And I will continue to work to make sure that this would not happen and that they would be reimbursed for that value if I could. The death that would come from this project is unprecedented, and I'm prepared to hire biologists to show you just how this works. It's not just habitat. It is an integral wildlife corridor. You understand? When you put a chain link fence up, what do you get through? This. See that everywhere? This everyone's off the chain link fence. That's not much. When the last time anyone has seen a red-tailed hawk, Cooper's hawk, an osprey, great horned owl, barred owl. I can catch from, I'll go on and on. They don't nest there, okay? They can't hunt there. They can't live there. Who doesn't love raptors? They need food. Their food needs food. Their food doesn't exist in this perennial grassland. I think the landscape architect is no longer with us, and that's too bad, because I would love to, ponder what this maybe is, I don't know, but I think he was ill prepared, but the grass blend that we're putting beneath the panels, what does that consist of? What are we feeding? If we go back into the minutes for the design review before, they mentioned butterflies and things. The butterflies lay eggs in the native species there, okay? Curtis saratina, Juniperus virginiana. I could keep going and listing some more. They say we can reclaim that land, but I want to make something very clear. Even with that account in place, there is no undue button on this kind of damage. And I encourage all of you to please research this to an extent. There is no undue button. In 20 years' time, if we decide we don't want it anymore, it will take lifetimes. That means your kids might be able to see what's here, and that would be through extensive wildlife rehabilitation efforts. When it's gone, and it doesn't come back. And I really would love to see just a little bit of help. I know so many people feel this way. It's insane. And when I look at it, that we're offering monetary equilibrium of some kind, just to protect everything for everyone here, the neighborhood, the town, the water. I mean, every single way I look at this. I wanted to save this for another meeting, but it needed to be heard. Now it's preposterous at best. The shale outcropping literally dwarfs that forest. I can't speak. I could speak to it for hours and hours, but I'm not going to do that to you.
Well, I won't let you.
There you go. The gravity is real, and I think I would just like to conclude and ask too, is what kind of message are we going to send? Planning board, town council, which I will do this again happily. I'm 32 years old. My home, love it. I'm invested here. I want to have kids. I hope more people want to. And I want to keep doing it. But I want to do it in a place that potentially poisons their own water, kills the wildlife. It's insane. And I get it. Just because they can doesn't mean that they should. Someone should stand in their way.
All right.
Yeah. The message you're sending to everyone else, guys.
All right, thanks. That's somebody else. Did you have a question for?
Yes, Lynn, how much grading will be done on this site?
You're speaking in mic, I can't hear you.
Hey, Lynn, how much grading is going to be done on the site?
Sorry, I was on mute again. That seems to be a thing I do. We've limited the grading on the site to just what is needed to convey the stormwater to the drainage features. We left basically the grading overall as existing.
Like 1 or 2 feet?
Yeah, so there's very limited. You can actually see it on sheet 4. Like I said, this is master plan, but we submitted the plans because we had them. And we didn't want to, misrepresent the materials that we had already, prepared. So we wanted to give you as much as we could. So you can see the grading on sheet 4. It's limited to adjacent the access driveway, which is on Union, and then a swale that's on the west side of the access driveway to drain into the basin. The other grading will just be minimal to ensure that we have safe passage with the gravel driveway, but it won't be to manipulate the topography substantially. It'll just to make sure it's safe, because as you turn the corner, you need to make sure that you don't fall down the hill. The topography on the site varies in steepness. And as you go north, there are some areas where it's a little bit steeper. But we ended the gravel driveway. As you can see, it doesn't go all the way to the north end of the site. And that's part of the reason why. And when I say site, I mean area of disturbance, not the full property. The property continues north even more.
Did that answer your question?
Yes. Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions? Mr. Saban, do you want to wrap up?
Just to say thank you. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to hold you back. I keep forgetting that we're not just the people who are in the live audience. We're sort of doing a hybrid here still. Go ahead.
So if there are any members of the public on Zoom that would like to give public comment, you can raise your hand at this time. And if you're calling in, you can dial *9. *9, and then to unmute yourself, *6. There is a Galaxy tab A. So if you could give your name and your address for the record. Again, that's someone that's using a Galaxy Tab A username on the Zoom app. How about we go to Janet?
So much for Galaxy.
All right, so Janet's using an older version of Zoom, so we're going to have to promote her panelist. Janet, if you could give your full name and address for the record, please.
She's muted.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay. My name is Janet Rosa, and I live at 780 Union Street. And I just want to, you really need to listen to what Christian Sullivan is trying to tell you. This young man has come to our neighborhood and made a rundown property absolutely beautiful, with a lot of hard work, and he's a complete environmentalist, and we totally support what Christian is trying to explain to you. I don't have any questions, and that's all I want to say is just that please listen to him. He has some valuable information that you really need to listen. Just please listen to Christian Sullivan. He's a very bright, intelligent young man. I've lived on Union Street for 45 years, and I totally support all the things that Christian is trying to explain to you. Thank you.
Anybody have any questions? Anybody else?
Let's try the Galaxy Tab A again. That's fancier. Galaxy Tab A. Okay, let's try Rosemary Davidson. Hold on 1 second. Rosemary, if you could give your name and address for the record.
Rosemary Davidson, 175 Frank Coelho Drive. I just have a comment. I've been listening to everything, and I agree with all the concerns that Richard Munch and all of the neighbors have expressed. I live on the east side. I have lived in Portsmouth since 1969. And when I arrived here, very few things that you see now were even here. I'm very afraid of where this town is headed. 4,000 solar panels right over the reservoir. I just can't fathom that this town wants to go in this direction. I think I speak for many residents who do not want the town to go in this direction. We don't want a tourist town. We don't want people coming in to make money We want a town to raise our families, enjoy the beauty, use the beaches, which we can't even do now, and just live a sedate and sedentary life. I want you all to consider what you're doing. It's not all about money. I worked for years on the Glen property as a volunteer, trying to preserve a small portion of open space. It's very difficult, and it became more difficult, and I resigned. So just consider that the people here who pay taxes every quarter don't want what's happening here. And please listen. Thank you.
Have anybody else? Nobody else? Okay. Come on up. You know the drill, right?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm Robin Youngkin. I live at 49 West Passage Drive.
Okay, hang on. Did you get that, Dee?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you.
I felt like this was a good time to cut in. I also grew up in Portsmouth, and I might mention the beautiful scenery that I used to enjoy when I was younger, but I'll spare you. Some of you may remember what it used to be like too. I know that Portsmouth is gone and cannot come back. But the thing that I can do right now is to ask you to try to preserve and take care of the town that we have at the moment. Since this solar ordinance was passed during a time when there's a pandemic, and most people in town were dealing with life and death issues rather than thinking about solar arrays going up in their neighborhoods. There have been countless solar plans coming forward. You can see it happening. We've just opened the floodgates to invite these large corporations to come in and take whatever land they can find in order to put up these solar arrays. There's one proposed near me. There are many, and my heart goes out to Christian. I think that if there is any place where there should not be a solar array, it would be next to a reservoir and on drinking water. I've been attending these meetings since I found out about the solar ordinance, probably last September. I've been doing the Zoom meetings, and the boards, whether town council, the zoning board, planning board, the design board, all of you seem to be listening, yet you all vote in a lockstep. There are no dissenting votes ever. It shocks me that there isn't someone who's going to stand up and say, that's not what I want for my town. And I think that we are really at a crossroads right now. As some of the other people have mentioned, you're the ones who can stop it. You can say no. You don't have to allow every town, every landowner in town to turn their land into a solar complex. And is that what we really want? Is this what we want for our town? I don't think so. So, and then the ordinance being pushed off month after month, just finding out tonight that now we have to wait till August to talk about the solar ordinance. Well, all of these other solar plans are slipping under the radar. It's just not right, and it should at least, plans should be put on hold until there is a stronger ordinance in place, because the reason they're coming here is because we have a weak ordinance. And in order to protect our town. I mean, I really think that you need to do something. So I don't know if you listened to me tonight. I'm kind of skeptical, but I just hope that you do and that you listen to the other people who care deeply about where this town is going. Thank you. Oh, should I say?
There you go. Thank you. Anyone have any questions? All right, thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay, so we're going to close public comment and open it up to the pleasure of the board. Before I do that, just make comments.
There was one person, Timothy Ferrer. Just trying to-
All right. I have no problem.
Timothy, if you could give your name and, oh,
Very good.
drop out all of them. So. Oh, wait, oh, no, here we go.
Love technology. I need you. Not me. I'm glad it's not you.
Oh, there we go. Sorry about that, Timothy. You could give your name and your address for the record.
My name's Tim Ferreira. I live at 810 Union Street in Portsmouth.
Could you say your name again, sir?
Timothy Ferreira, 810 Union Street, Portsmouth.
Get that, Dee?
Yes, I did.
All right, sir.
I just want to say that had we not known from a friendly neighbor that this project was going on, that it would be completely visible from our house. And we would just not even know it was going to happen. I think there's a complete lack of communication going on here. And the notice should be sent out not to just immediate neighbors, to all Portsmouth residents. And a lot of people should be notified of this project going on. And what it's going to do to wildlife is deeply concerning to me. That's all I have to say. I'll keep it short, but I'm concerned for a lot of Portsmouth residents that do not know what's going on. Thank you.
Okay, I'll ask again.
Two more.
All right, let's go.
We have David McGee. David, if you could give your full name and your address for the record.
Yes, I'm David McGee and I'm over at 829 Union Street. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you, sir.
Okay, great. So I'm a new addition to this area, and I've just taken some time to kind of listen to everybody's thoughts. And I live real close to Christian as well, and I really feel for it and support what he's trying to get across as well. I guess just a few things that I want to put out there for people to think of is, when we're thinking about, yeah, everybody has rights to their land and what they want to do. But when it comes to Portsmouth overall, this area, what does this do for the greater good? Is this going to give us more jobs? Is it going to give us more, is it going to make the land more beautiful and more capable for us to have the type of life that we all desire here? Or is this going to be a situation where we have one company that's using this land to make money at the expense of everybody that's around it? So I know that there's a balancing act that you have to play when it comes to what's good and what's not, and what people can and can't do that people have pointed out a few times. But I just think that when it goes into this, we need to really consider what it is that we're trying to do and where we're trying to take this. And I just don't see like the overarching what this is going to do for us as people here. I hear that all I've heard so far is what needs to be really done with them.
Losing you, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you again now.
So was everyone able to hear me?
No, you cut out.
You cut out like a couple of times.
Okay. So I think what I'm trying to get across, can you hear me better now?
Yes.
So I'm just trying to understand what it is that the benefit is going to be for, because we have concerns for this going in, but I haven't really heard what this is going to really do for the community, if anything at all. And I think that that's concerning to me, where we have a lot of things that we're asking and a lot of concerns we have for the environment and for the reservoir, but I don't know what this is really going to do overall for the community.
Okay. Stephen.
Yes, thank you, sir. So one thing just to comment on the previous Mr. McGee's comments. There will be jobs created during the construction period to build the project, and there will be ongoing tax revenue to the town both during the construction period and the operating period. So those exact numbers, obviously, we will be clarifying as we go forward, but there will be job creation and tax revenue created. Thank you.
So, yeah, thank you. So yeah, I hope that that's going to be more long-term, because this is going to be something that's going to be long-term. And like Christian said, is something you can't undo.
Anything else, sir?
No, I appreciate your time and patience. Thank you very much.
Not a problem. Over here. Did you have somebody else?
Yeah. Ted Olson, Ted, if you could, your full name and your address for the record.
Hi, can you hear me?
Your name?
Great, this is, sure, Heather Olson, 785 Union Street.
Go ahead.
All right, yeah, I just want to echo many of the sentiments. I've spent the entire day yesterday just trying to figure out what the procedure was to find out about these solar arrays, where these things are being published, where the public notices are. My biggest concern is that a lot of comments from the board today have been about some previous meeting where the notes are not even available for citizens to reference and to try to follow where we are in the process, what's happening, what the opinions are. And so, here we are at this meeting that seemed to, jump the gun, I guess, a little bit from the design board that we can't even read those comments about. And it's just, taking people posting on community Facebook sites to say, hey, there's a meeting going on and they're talking about a solar array. And that's the only way the adjoining neighbor, we're not specifically next to the solar array, but we're all going to be looking at it. And to try to get any sort of information takes hours and many phone calls to just try to get the first piece of this. And so I just want to echo that the process is almost impossible for a citizen to follow, especially someone who is, families that are going to be directly impacted by this. And so I'd like you to consider, that the minimum requirements, I guess, are being met with, short notices and some people getting notified, and the fact that these minutes are not available in a timely manner from these meetings for anybody to even follow. So I, of course, echo everything that's the concern about the watershed, the wildlife. If you take out this corridor, all these animals are going to now be in backyards onto West Main. I'm from Michigan. There are deer accidents, daily, and we're going to start seeing that when we start clearing all of these forests. So I am just, adamantly concerned about, this proposal, and again, echoing lots of things that have been said here. And what's the benefit? There seems to be no benefit to the town and the citizens, and there's only risk. And on top of that, it's hard to even properly follow the procedure that you want to be followed to, address these, our comments.
Anything else?
Nope, that's all.
Questions? Mr. Saban, by the way, is there anybody else? Everybody's had their say? Mr. Saban, any comments?
My only follow comment would be that we appreciate consideration by the board. As we mentioned before, this is commercially zoned land, and we believe that this is a good use of the land compared to putting a housing development or a hotel or something that would be much more obtrusive. So we appreciate the board's consideration, and thank you very much.
All right, so I'm going to close the public comment portion of the meeting, and leave it open to the board to take whatever action it deems appropriate. I would like to say before we do that, this is a watershed issue that bothers me. I would like input to see input on that. And the other thing is, Mr. Grossman gave us an opinion letter that ends up being put into the record, but none of us have an opportunity to do that or read that or anything like that. So my feeling would be to continue it for 1 month to get some input, if any, from Newport Water Authority on the watershed issue, and to refer Mr. Grossman's letter to our attorney for input at our next meeting. That would be my thoughts on it. Whoever this would recommend. So what's your pleasure?
I don't disagree with that at all, just seems to be, obviously there's some emotion and a particular theme that to me, that the planning board is or it's perceived as kind of the last stand, the last stop. Correct. This is an application that went forward. It has a long ways to go. And, to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Chair, but our purview unfortunately isn't whether the town should buy and protect private land, or should change the zoning, or determine the greater good, and how that land's affected. So the owner has a right to commercially zoned property. And our purview is whether the application is consistent with the comprehensive community plan at the end of the day, whatever.
In zoning regulations.
Right. Given their right to develop. So I just want to clarify that. There's a perception of what we can do, what we can approve, what we can stop, and that's all nested within our authority.
Somebody gonna make a motion?
Sure. Chair. I do appreciate what the neighbors have to say about it, and I think that this parcel has some very unique characteristics. I think I agree with fellow board member, Mr. Tibbetts. We operate within the ordinance and what the zoning ordinance, planning ordinance tells us. However, because this does have some unique characteristics about the watershed protection district, and we have received zero input from the city of Newport Water, I think it's imperative that we continue this for at least 1 more month. I'll make a motion that we continue this and ask the secretary to specifically send a note to Newport Water so we can get their input on the watershed protection district. That's my motion.
I'll second that.
And can we refer the opinion letter to our council?
Yes, and we'll refer the opinion letter to Mr. Cross to council.
Would you amend your second?
Yes.
Any other discussion? Hearing none.
Hello, this is Seth again.
I'm sorry, I keep forgetting you're there.
Sorry about that. Would it be appropriate to ask for an elevation, almost like a view shed analysis, or are we not allowed to do that?
You can ask them for anything.
Would the applicant be willing to provide a view shed analysis, say maybe from, West Main Road and then also from Union Street perspectives?
Nathan.
So we were planning on providing that analysis as we went later into the project development.
A lot of suggesting that we might want to have it available for next
meeting in August?
We would just, we're open to that, to be able to be available next time, assuming that our team can get that done, but they should be able to.
I was just thinking it would help to assuage sort of some of the public opposition to, you know, particularly the gentleman with the comments about the elevations.
Be provided. I don't know if you can put that in motion.
Helps, I'll amend my motion to include the view shed diagram.
Yeah, from both, which views West Main and
And Union, West Main and
Mhm.
Union. Well, and my-
then there's second. Yeah. Does that take care of your issue, Mr. Palat?
Thank you. Yes, it does.
Did you have something to say, Mr. Mensch?
Yeah, it wouldn't just be Union Street and West Main Road. It's West Main Road.
Okay. Would you amend your motion?
I'll amend it to the three sides. Union, East, West Main.
Excuse me, I did not hear Mr. Munch's comments.
You might just suggesting that the view from the other side, the east, west, and
Okay,
And so.
south, right? Getting my arrows mixed up. Did you get that, Dee? I was gonna ask you if you got the motion.
yes, I did. I've got it.
Any other suggestions? Any other comments? Hearing no call for vote, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. All right, so we're done with that petition. Let's move on to item number 4, which is an applicant 1200 West Main Road, owner P&G Realty LLC, AB 44 lots 7 and 8. Master plan application for a planned retail service development. Michael, do you have something on this?
Yeah, there was a previous cease and desist that was, issued property.
There's somebody here. You're here, sir?
I'm the applicant.
You're the applicant, you're here, your attorney here? Oh, he's on Zoom, okay, so just trying to figure out who the players are. And your attorney's name is? Have him there, Michael?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, can you hear me?
You can, but hold on 1 second. We organized here? You all set, Mike? All right, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, J. Russell Jackson, on behalf of the applicant 1200 West Main Road LLC. We're before you this evening on our master plan application for a planned unit development for property at 1200 and 1220 West Main Road, which is in the light industrial district. We have this evening Mr. Greg Coe, who's the principal of West Main Road LLC, and he's there in the chamber with you to provide some background and an overview of what he's proposing to do with this property. He's also going to describe to you the efforts that he's made in the last few weeks to communicate with a number of abutters on West Passage Drive regarding concerns with stormwater runoff. And lastly, we have Lynn Small is the engineer on the project, and she's available, and we'll go through the project in a little more detail with you. So if it pleases the board, I think maybe having Mr. Coe, who's there with you, just describe what he intends to do here at the property.
Mr. Coe, can you come forward? Your name and address, please.
My name is Gregory Coe, 1 Trimble Road, Middletown.
And what's your relationship to the project?
I'm the applicant. So I just want to introduce myself. I am a local builder developer. I live on the island. I have a business here. And my vision for this property is this is an investment opportunity for me. I'm in the trades, and I feel there's an opportunity and sort of a lack of buildings and contractor tradesman type space on the island, and a lot of people in my little business community express the need for an opportunity like this. So when I saw this property come for sale, I decided to, I saw it was on light industrial, I decided to kind of chase this and see where we could go with it. So in the process of doing this, I have learned a lot from the abutters, who I'm sure will tell you even more than I know. But there's some history here with the current owner, and there's some drainage issues that exist. I'm learning about those every day, and I've taken some time to meet with abutters when I could, and they've given me quite an education on what has gone on here and what is going on here. And there are some stormwater issues on the southeast corner that have been created through some earthwork that's been done on the property currently. We're aware that that needs to be dealt with as part of a redevelopment of the site. So I'm on board to work with Lynn and figure out a solution that works for everybody to keep it here. Again, this is an investment for me, something I would own and lease and maintain myself. So I'm not interested in a subdivision and selling property to multiple owners. I'm trying to just create a cohesive development or just a long-term investment for myself. So if you have any questions for me, please let me know.
Greg, if I could just interject quickly, Mr. Chairman. Greg, why don't you just give a brief description of the layout as proposed and what the distinction is between the buildings which face and have frontage on West Main Road versus the buildings towards the back of the site?
Okay, so the site grading, the site naturally sort of divides itself. 1/3 closer to West Main Road is a little bit more, it's a little steeper, and then it flattens out in the back 2/3. So I wanted to design not a traditional retail opportunity, but maybe something with some additional parking, maybe a showroom, warehouse type combination space, a little nicer facade that would face West Main Road. So the two buildings you see on the westerly side, they actually front towards West Main, whereas the larger buildings in the back, tried to, we did some pavement around the buildings for circulation, but the intent is to keep the activity in the center, that center cluster, away from the abutters. And I envision those buildings more traditional contractor storage type space, less intense use, mostly primarily indoor storage. Well, I would say they would probably be, a traditional like combination steel structure, maybe some stone shingling on the facades. Buildings fronting West Main Road would likely have more of a glass front, a little more architecturally pleasing look, a little more detail, because you're kind of just attracting a different client there. And if that's also what is mostly visible from the site, from off the site.
Okay. The buildings that are on the upper flats, how tall would they be?
I would say somewhere at the top, at the very peak, in the 24 to 26 foot range.
So what does that do for the neighbors behind? Do they have this building, or is the setback far enough that from their yards or from their kitchen window?
I mean, I am proposing a pretty extensive evergreen buffer. I did hire a landscape architect who did an initial proposal that was sort of compliant with the town code in terms of the street trees and things like that. We then went back and revised it to include, I believe, somewhere between 120 and 140 evergreen species, 10 to 12 feet high at the time they're implemented, in order to help reduce that. But I mean, the buildings, my expectation is they will be roughly the height of a typical single family home. They won't be, we're not proposing to exceed any setbacks, lot coverage, building coverage, building heights, anything like that. Everything was designed to be compliant with the code as it stands.
Good question. So, outside of, we'll talk about green architecture, screening, stormwater runoff. Just looking-
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I can't hear the question.
Mr. Tibbetts will speak up.
I'm just looking at the use of the space, as a trade space, rebutting neighbors, residential. Are there any initial thoughts on the noise encroachment concerns, how you're going to address that? Or use of equipment, loud power tools, for these trade spaces, and how that decibel limits are going to affect your rebutting neighbors?
I mean, that's gonna have to be addressed, obviously, and the goal of the design was to keep the activity in the center of the site rather than behind the buildings, to minimize that issue. At this point, I can't really speak to exactly what might end up there. That will evolve over time. But again, the site was designed to keep that, garage doors, access, vehicular access in that center corridor there. The pavement that exists around the building is mostly for circulation. We didn't create parking lots back behind the buildings or storage areas or things like that. The intent is to keep the activity centered and mostly within the building.
Any other questions? All right, Council, what else do you have?
If Lynn Small could walk through the overview of the layout and what she's done so far for the purposes of this master plan approval.
Good evening, Lynn Small, Northeast Engineers, 6 Valley Road. We did the layout of the site. We basically have a curb cut coming in from West Main Road that's relatively central to the site. The topography of the property drains towards West Main Road. Portions of it drains towards the residential properties that are just south of the development. So all those things will be taken into account when we do the stormwater. But the general layout is 5 commercial buildings with associated parking. We tried to put some of that parking inside to minimize the required asphalt that we would have for parking exterior to the buildings. We'll also be bringing in town water. We do have test holes already on the property that are suitable for a septic system design, which is shown as basically a rectangle at the rear portion of the property. And then we placed in some stormwater placeholders just for reference. These have not been designed yet. We're at a master plan level for this project. And unlike the previous petition, no additional work has yet been done on this application other than the general layout. So we will have to do a full grading and drainage analysis for the stormwater. We are very aware and we will pay very close attention to the existing stormwater issues at the farm that's to the east, the farm that's to the east. They have standing water that now drains through the residential homes to the south. We will be sure to incorporate solutions for that problem when we're doing the drainage design for the immediate site. As far as permitting for this project, we will need to go to DEM for both a septic system design and a RIPD's permit. We do not have any wetlands on this property, but we will be disturbing over an acre. So they will do a review of the stormwater. They'll do a review of the erosion control measures that we have during construction. And then we also have to go to the Rhode Island Department of Transportation due to West Main Road as a state road. So we will have a curb cut there and they will ensure that we have proper line of sight and access to West Main Road, as well as reviewing the stormwater, because like I said, the entire site drains towards West Main Road. So we need to make sure that we don't increase the peak runoff to that receiving body.
Lynn, just to be clear too, we're looking at two separate lots at the moment, but part of this proposal is to merge those two lots, correct?
Correct. You can see on the plan that you have in front of you, there's a dashed line that is just south of the buildings that designates the approximate lot line for the separation of the two lots.
And part of the idea of merging the lots is also going to incorporate removing the existing dwelling, which is on the smaller lot to the south, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And during design review committee meeting, the topic of removing the existing driveway that services that dwelling was also discussed, right?
It was. It was, we would probably remove it, although it may be a point of a secondary emergency egress. So we will keep that discussion open at this point until we talk to the fire department.
Okay, and some of the other topics that came up during design review, there were questions about, obviously, these will be for the next step at preliminary stage, but lighting, signage, grading, all those topics were discussed with the design review committee as well, right?
Correct. And it is our intention to have all of those answers and designs for both boards, the planning board and design review board, before we come back in front of them.
Thank you.
Have anything else, Counselor? Does anybody have any questions? You have anything else, Counselor?
I don't have any other witnesses. The only thing I was going to comment, just to elaborate a little bit on.
Not yet.
Okay, sorry.
So Ms. Small talked about the design review board. As exhibit 1.
For a second?
Second.
Further discussion? All fair to the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Excuse me. I completely missed that motion. I didn't realize that was making
Design
that
review
motion.
board letter of June 21, 2021.
Okay, Ed made it. Who seconded it?
Mr. Tibbetts,
Is it being entered into the record or?
exhibit 1.
Pardon me?
Exhibit 1.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Anybody else have any questions? Because I'm very serious. I suspect that this notice of violation regarding the surface water is the responsibility of the prior owner of the property. But it's not just a notice of violation. This is a cease and desist order, which was entered by the town in January of 2019. And I would like to ask the applicant if that has been addressed.
So, Mr. Chairman, the property, my client, the applicant, does not currently own the property. He's under contract to purchase it. So the current owner was the party that was cited with the cease and desist order. That's P&G Realty LLC. And reference was made to that by my client earlier, that once he went under contract and started due diligence, we discovered some of this information. That's what prompted him to meet with the neighbors to the south. He also met with, I think it's Mr. Cotta, the farmer to the east, to try to figure out what the issues were. Were the issues in existence prior to the current owner of this property moving some earth on the subject parcel? And so we're well aware of the fact that as we progress into preliminary plan, assuming the board's sees fit to approve master plan approval, that we're going to be designing the stormwater management to figure out what the issues are and do our part to solve those issues, not only with stormwater, but also whatever existing conditions are on site, which gave rise to the cease and desist.
Well, the design review board letter refers to the fact that there was a berm that was added by the current landowner. That berm was what has caused the excessive runoff into the neighboring property. And now you're coming in front of this board, and again, I'm not criticizing necessarily the applicant, but you're asking us to approve a plan when the neighbors have been abused for 2 years.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman, and
I think the very first thing that's addressed.
I think what we're talking about is once we know what the layout of the site will be, we are going to do the engineering to address the problem.
Yeah, but the thing is, this is a long-standing problem that should be addressed. It doesn't have anything to do with the application. It has to do with the existing property owner who's created a violation, which put a burden on their neighbors. That should be resolved. Period. End of story. Stop. And it hasn't. And again, I'm not criticizing you. I think you walked into a hornet's nest.
I did.
And I know that this affects you in a negative way, but this really bothers me.
I get it.
And some of this is attack. Because when you issue a cease and desist order, you give somebody 30 days to correct it, and they don't, they should have been enforced. Right. Quite frankly.
Well, I'm just standing here to let you know, I want to.
I know you do, but you have to understand, it's like, almost, to me, it's almost like the cart before the horse. We take care of these legal issues, and then we can start with a fresh type of improvement. And I don't necessarily object to your proposal, but this really troubles me.
I get it. The information I've gleaned from the abutters is that there was an unwillingness for this to be dealt with.
Well,
I'm
I
willing
don't
to.
think ignorance.
I get it. I'm just making the point that I just want you to understand. I recognize the problem and I've learned a lot about it. And it obviously needs to be fixed. I own my own site work business. I do my own developments.
I
I'm
get it,
able to fix it.
and it's oftentimes we rail at the wrong people.
Yeah, I get it. Now, listen, you're not, I'm not offensive.
Yeah, and I understand you own the property, you didn't create this issue.
Yeah. But I need to
There
fix
it
it and
is.
move forward. I get it.
There it is.
But it also isn't something.
What? Can't hear.
Can't hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just say that this is a matter that you couldn't go forward. We're at a stage right now, I believe, is we're looking at what's proposed here and whatever other problems get to the next level. Obviously, that's first and foremost. That has to be taken care of. And there's no point going any forward until that problem is solved. But it looks like it's something that can be solved.
Right. And maybe that's something we should talk to Ms. Small about. Have you been on the site? Do you know what this berm is about, Lynn?
I do. I mean, the owner built a berm along the property line, and it forces the stormwater to seek an alternate route down the hill. And that alternate route is basically through the abutters. I mean, I guess we have an issue with the owner having created the problem, the applicant trying to fix the problem, but needing assurances that he's investing in something that's going to go somewhere, and not just fixing someone else's problem. So that's why we submitted the master plan, so that we could get.
What happens if the berm is removed?
When the berm is removed, all the water continues to flow through the site the way it had historically.
And that is?
It would go through the applicant's site.
Oh, so what they did was they diverted the water from his site to the neighbors.
Yeah, he fixed his problem by building a berm so it couldn't come through. But then he caused an adverse impact on the neighbor.
You can't take surface water from your property and put it on somebody else. You just can't.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Talking about you can't divert surface water on somebody else's property.
Certainly not that volume of surface water.
Increase the surface.
That's right. It's a substantial amount of water that comes down that hill. So, I mean, we have every intention of resolving it, but like I said, if if we knew there was a project that we were moving towards, it would allow Greg to have what he needs to invest in that resolution.
Do you have anything else, Counselor?
No, just if I could just get clarification. So it's the board's position that you're not going to take any action on this until usually the cease and desist order has been addressed.
Heard from the abutters yet. No, we have a ways to go, and I assume there are abutters here. You suggested that they're here.
I recognize them, so.
Yeah, then you
Met before.
Do you have anything else to present, sir?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, we're opening up the general public who wishes to speak. Here's Mr. Preston. Preston, sorry, my apologies.
Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the board. I'd like to submit for the record the complete FOIA request, which also goes into the neighbor's request from town to intercede. It's not just. When we look at things as a single page.
So the assist is all I need to see.
No, I think what you need to see is the neighbors requesting the town for assistance and the town repeatedly ignoring the needs.
It's very clear the town tried.
Well, it's very clear, however, that our professional staff is, well, there's also, and I will submit to Leon separately, the DEM FOIA request, which goes into greater detail of other notices, not notices to cease and desist, but other warnings of P&G Realty as an owner, but not as the developer. Another developer, which would be on record of that deed, so I'll submit it when I get home. Right, but, well, don't you want that? Right?
Yeah, I do want that, but I'm not sure that's providing anything.
No, but I think what's important here is that as a body of our public and as representative of our, you know, of the residents of this town, it's very important that we have, when we have grievance, we have someone listening to this grievance.
Yeah, the result.
Absolutely.
That's the whole idea of having the process.
That's correct. And the law is very clear here, that it was the onus of the town to take the P&G Realty to court and to correct the underlying condition. So I would ask that, and let me just, for the record, the applicant, the developer in this case has been more than gracious. But it's hard for us to even address that until we have video. We have water flows that are unbelievable. We have neighbors that their pools have been filled with mud. And I raise this evening only to discuss the fact that if we can't have redress for something like this, when it's an illegal burn, and when a cease and desist order goes for naught, you know, we have a problem. So I appreciate your time.
Do you have any questions? All right.
And I will submit that the,
Any other butters? Anybody else want to speak? Come on up. And you know the drill, right? Name and address.
George Matthews, 48 West Passage Drive. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight.
Did you get that, Dee?
Yes, I did.
All right.
Yes, just to give you a little bit of background, I think is important here. I served 32 years in the Coast Guard and decided to retire here in Portsmouth. The land, the beauty of the land, the ocean, the water, the forest, the school system, and just the natural beauty of this town. Moved here in 2003, I retired in 2003, took my life savings and bought a house on West Passage, a nice house. I couldn't afford waterfront property, waterview property, but I could afford a house with beautiful woods behind my house. At the time of purchase, and shame on me, assured to me that the property behind would not be developed. It was protected property. 2010, Sunday morning, at about 10 o'clock in the morning, I heard this god-awful noise in my backyard. I went to the backyard, into the woods. By the way, these woods contain all kinds of natural habitat, wildlife, what have you. And I was introduced to a Mr. Russo. He was riding a skidder and taking care of getting rid of all the brush. And he introduced himself and he told me he just bought that property and then he was going to level every tree, make it look like the farm above, and it was commercial property and he was going to develop the property. And that's when I first became aware of this property. Since that time, it's been nothing but a nightmare. Have been abused abutters to say, cut the trees down. They had to listen to chainsaws at all hours, Sunday mornings, what have you. Not only did he cut the trees down, he also went into that area that would have been a nice buffer of natural trees, mature trees. I had to chain myself against one of the trees, literally. So he would not take down trees within 2 feet of my property. The removal of all these trees created this watershed, water storm runoff problem, to which it flooded pools, it flooded basements, it flooded their backyards, because no longer were the trees there to absorb the water runoff. Next, there was a gully dug and a little pool, retention pool put in, which seemed to solve the problem. The next thing that happened was in 2018, supposedly there was a temporary, and I never heard of this, never saw it in the zoning ordinance, temporary permit issue to do all kinds of things with National Grid. We were sure that it would be during business hours, it would be noisy. Well, contrary to that, it took place all hours, 7 days, almost 7 days a week. Constant noise, vibration, dust. This went on all summer. Started on Memorial Weekend. We couldn't sit out on our back porches. We couldn't have picnics. That's what took place. Next thing that happened is Mr. Russo filled in that gully, it was gravel gully that addressed the water runoff, put in the berm all along the property. I called several times up to the town, and he said there's nothing they can do about it. He can do what he wants for that property, as far as the berm is concerned. Lo and behold, this berm has now created this other runoff problem with water in everybody's backyards. He also showed up on my step after I made a call to the town. I don't know how he called without my name, and threatened me that I better not resist or give a fight with his berm cages. That's the background. I think it was wild, and I may have skipped a few things as far as what he's done with some of the other. Now, as far as this proposal.
This is in what, 2019?
2018. The berm?
Yeah.
I believe the berm was shortly.
Yeah, because the sighting was
2019.
January 2019, so it had to be 2019.
Yeah, I think the berm was then. 2018. I just want to let you listen to something. This is what I had to listen to. There's no consideration. Now comes Mr. Coe with his proposal. And he's been very cordial. He's been like a breath of fresh air with us as far as what his concept is. We had a nice meeting, but there's a lot of concerns that we have, not just this water runoff. And some of the concerns, number one, was a cease and desist order. We'll talk about here. And to me, I don't think he should go any further until that's addressed. And I think if he's in violation, he should be fined, or whatever the ramifications are. And I'm not sure that it should fall onto the prospective owner. I think it should be remedied before anything else takes place. I'm just gonna go through some of the other concerns that we had. Now, we mentioned this is a footprint concept, and the devil's in the details. Well, the specific details is something bothersome to me too, once you get into the ordinance. And once you get this footprint approved, it opens the door for exploitation of all the rules and regulations within the ordinance, the biggest bang for the buck. We have considerations that were talked about merging the two properties together. When that's done, I lose 70 feet. Those properties,
I don't understand how you lose.
it's a 70-foot piece of property and a 4-acre property. So I lose a buffer.
The buffer, you lose a lot.
Automatically of 70.
All right, I just wanted to clarify what you're saying.
Now, this property, we were bought separately. The 4-acre property was bought from an older gentleman who couldn't afford the property taxes. It was an overnight inside deal. And in turn, the realtor, also the developer, worked the deal with Russo. Never hit the market. Had it hit the market, and it sold for a steal, like $260,000. And it had ever been in the market, conceivably, as a voters could have got together to purchase that property. So there's concerns about merging that property together as one. That increases square footage for lot coverage, i.e. bigger warehouses. Also, per the ordinance, these warehouses, although it shows us at that removed property line 70 feet, conceivably, if I read the ordinance right, it could come into 30 feet. Even at 70 feet, that warehouse is in my backyard. Basically 20 yards, 2 first downs on football field. The warehouses can be 35 feet tall, as I read the ordinance. That's massive, that's huge. Okay. Now, you didn't maybe 24 feet, but look at that, that's pretty tall. There's no specifics for the type of warehouses, what they're gonna look like, the aesthetics of the warehouses. And I don't care what you do, most warehouses are unappealing, to say the least. Case in point, look at Russo Road. It's an eyesore. It's a disgrace, if you ask me. And I don't think we want something like that in our backyards. I'm not sure what would take place in these warehouses. Could be workshops, could be cutting, welding, repairs. I don't know, it's not specific. Maybe these details get ironed out in the design review board. However, I've not seen anything in the ordinance that deals with exactly what takes place or what's allowed and permissible in a warehouse.
Well, it wouldn't be the warehouse, it would be so light industrial. So if you look at our ordinance and you look at light industrial, anything that's permitted in a light industrial area would be able to take place in the warehouse.
Which I understand could be manufactured.
To a limited extent, yes. Yeah, there's this reasons.
These warehouses, which are gonna be huge, are abutted by a farm, a little campground type of deal, and residential homes. Really, when you think about it, it's not in accordance with the zoning ordinance regarding protecting the natural surroundings, consideration of residential homes, aesthetics, effect upon adjacent property, etc. There's no specifics as to the operations. It's going to be 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And the noise associated with that, with people, trucks at idle, backing into these spaces or what have you. There's no envisioned security, fencing, cameras, gate guard. The screening was identified 120, possibly 140 evergreens. Talked about maybe 8 foot tall. Well, when I see 8 feet tall, if it could be 35 feet high, that's 27 feet that I'm gonna have to live with, looking at these things up front personal in my backyard. Take many years for that to grow and actually screen the warehouses. It's unclear what's gonna happen with this berm, this earthen berm. And I understand that as right now, the watershed, water runoff is really just the responsibility of the 1200 West Main property. Not really what's up above at the farm. It's only specific to that property. We heard the discussion about all of the problem that's been created at the farm above to the east for the removal of all these trees and this berm that he put in. Also, it's an accident waiting to happen there. Traffic on West Main is horrendous. Getting in and out of that, it's just an accident waiting to happen. And there will be traffic coming and going onto this property. I'm not sure it creates job opportunities in the construction. And the property value will undoubtedly go way down with the butters on West Passage. That about sums it up. I mean, the final thought, I would just ask you, it's a great business venture. I applaud it. Not in my backyard. Doesn't belong there. And the West Main's gonna be littered with solar farms, as we heard now, and warehouses. We already got the Russo Road that's an eyesore. We've got other warehouses down the street from that. And you need to ask yourselves, would you want that up close and personal in your backyard? I'm not in favor. Thank you.
I got it done.
Thank you for giving me time.
Council, hang on. Anybody have any questions? All right, Counselor, you want to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, we're at master plan approval stage. So many of the concerns that were addressed by the previous speaker, I didn't catch his name, I'm sorry, would be fleshed out during the engineering and the site work and the elevations that would be worked on through the preliminary plan process and when we were before you next. What's being proposed for the site in terms of a use is a permitted use, and it's a light industrial zone, and this is a proposed plan unit development. So I do appreciate the concerns about activities on the site and the fact that this gentleman doesn't want a warehouse abutting him, but this is a permitted use, and the plan as proposed doesn't look for any variances in terms of the structures or the layout as it relates to setback or lot coverage. So I think we're trying to be as respectful as we can. And as some of the abutters have indicated, Mr. Coe has tried to put his best foot forward to listen to the concerns of the neighbors and work through the process with them to come up with a development that's appropriate for the site and that's respectful to the neighbors.
And I appreciate that, but I still have concerns within.
Yeah, and
the
you are
ordinance.
right, so, but
Ordinance.
a lot of the details that you're addressing really would take place in the next stage. Nitty-gritty details about how high setbacks, what are the buffering requirements for landscaping, lighting would be another one. All that stuff would be addressed.
But
And again,
but once foot gets in the door and the door gets open, 35 feet. High. Could be 30 feet from my property. Amendments are easy to come by.
Ask a question. Make sure you do the link.
Yeah, okay, so my business runs out of a tradesman center. Pretty much the same as that. Any of the tradesman centers that are on Aquidneck Island. your concern about traffic in the morning, traffic at the end of the day is very justified. Ways, super quiet. Nobody works, everybody comes into at least all of the ones that are currently on Quinnic Island. Load up and go off to work. Very, very little is going on. The fact that they're making the effort of all the doors being inside the corridor, any opening up the doors, that noise, building is a huge step towards, killing that noise. And there are no contractor condominiums that are 3 stories. They're likely, like any of them, is one big tall open space, and they'll make some loft space up above there. But it doesn't do any good for a contractor space. It costs too much, and they don't really have the money for it. It is extremely unlikely that that building would be any taller than the 24 feet they're talking about. It'll be the first around.
I just envision what's in Russo Road, those are far in excess of 20 feet.
Yeah, no, I know, but that's a different kind of setup. Those, some of those were built a while back, for other reasons. The concrete buildings, all different kinds of stuff. But it's not going to be the Morton building type of thing. I'm assuming we've got individual small spaces. But the one opening, only one means of getting out of there is concerned. It's a slope going down, and there is going to be traffic first thing in the morning. And that's the end of the day. When people
See,
come
them
home,
7 days a week.
all the other ones, we work really hard during the week. The last thing we want to do is get work on Saturday and Sunday. But at least I can only speak with 2 or 3 other tradesman centers that are on the island. Super quiet on the weekends.
I appreciate that. And I also, I really appreciate, nothing personal here. I appreciate Mr. Coffey. He's been, like I said, about the first. Between a rock and a hard, but yes. Rock and a burn.
Yeah.
You know the drill,
I
right?
know the drill, sir. My name is James Banks. I live at 26 West Passage Drive, otherwise known as 1200's Drainage Pit.
We all love his berm.
Yes, with all due respect, the berm saved my property. It just moved the problem up to number 70 West Passage Drive, where his basketball court was inundated with mud instead of my pool. But our problem, with all due respect, you said we've been abused for 2 years, we've been abused for about 8.5 years. 3 springs in a row.
Cease and desist.
I understand. 3 springs in a row, I removed the cover to my 25,000 gallon pool to find ground. And so 25,000 gallons of water had to be pumped out, and shovels had to be used to remove the mud from the bottom of my pool. This, by the way, I want to echo what George said about Mr. Coe. Breath of fresh air. At our meeting, I said, a reasonable human being, we haven't dealt with either of those. 8.5 years. Reasonable or a human being. So our properties have been completely abused. I shared with Mr. Coe and his attorney a video of my property that looked like the Mississippi River in a rainstorm, 2.5 or 3 inch rainstorm, where Mr. Cotta's farm drained into Russo's property, and which drained onto my property. Pretty much, I was the center point of the drainage issue for the first, I'll say, 5 years until the illegal burn went in. And then Dale, the new owner of number 70, became the latest victim of the drainage. But suffice it to say, we have been tremendously damaged. By the way, the berm at the top may have been created. Mr. Russo never communicated with us, so it's all a guess. But it may have been created when I actually had them pay for the removal of the mud from my pool on the 3rd spring. So I spent $2,000 to $4,000 each year getting my pool back in shape after the winter. And then the 3rd year, I just had it. And we, one of his partners actually agreed to reimburse me for the cost of doing it the 3rd year.
And then I believe the burn happened because he didn't want to pay $4,000 again. So that may have been the motivator, but that's not important here. What's important here is that West Passage Drive has been the drainage ditch for 1200 West Main Road. And I hear people saying, well, you know, the drainage, you know, that aside, all of this wonderful plan, none of us want to look at the back of a warehouse, a metal building. I believe Mr. Dale, I can't remember his last name, who bought number 70, probably paid the most money in the property, but I think I'm in the top three. I paid $525,000 for my property right before the 2007 crash. So it's just crawled back to where it was. And now this. When I look out my bedroom window, what I've seen is that property and all of the machinery for the last 8.5 years that he literally just left there to rust. And now I expect I will wake up in the morning, stretch my arms and look out at the back of warehouses on the property that we've spent a lot of money and a lot of time making it our haven back there. 15 feet on this side of the wall from 1220 West Main Road, which is the skinny property, is my pool. That's where my family sits from May to September. And the last thing we want is a building right there disrupting our ability to enjoy our property. We live outside in the summer, and Mr. Mathis is correct when he talks about it being nearly impossible. The last 2.5 years, we've had some pretty good peace because he ran out of money or ran out of patience or whatever, but he stopped doing what he was doing. What George didn't tell you about was the 3 years of 6 days a week pounding on ledge, 8.5 to 9 hours a day. And it was, I mean, it made your teeth loose. It was such a nuisance. So this property, and again, Mr. Coe comes here, hat in hand, gentleman called the neighborhood together, was reasonable, listened to us. We did enlighten him about what he was up against. He is stuck between a rock and a hard place because that cease and desist needs to be addressed before anything can move forward clearly. And I want to go on the record, you know, David was clear about the FOIA requests. I want to be on the record that I called every single member of the town council multiple times, multiple years to report this, sent them a copy of the YouTube video of my property being completely overrun by water. And they said, what do you expect? It rained. That was the amount of support I got from this town. And I paid about $7,500 in taxes to this town. Not all the money in the world, it's probably not as much as the solar farms are paying you, but it's what I'm paying you. And I was completely and totally ignored. And if you ever got a chance to see this video, you wouldn't believe that they ignored that. Only Jim 70 even gave me an inch of attention because we've been friends for 30 years. But nobody else on the town council gave me 5 seconds of time. And I'm happy to share any videos you want to see or any pictures of my pool full of mud or any pictures of my brother and I with wheelbarrows down to the deep end, loading up the mud and taking it out. It's been a nightmare. I still have a little PTSD every time it rains. A little bit. Every time it rains, I sit up in bed thinking, thank God that's not rolling across my property. I'm not against Mr. Coe. I'm against looking at the back of an ugly building. And I'm not interested in idling trucks or lights or noise or chemicals or anything like that in our little town of Portsmouth. I think we're already selling our souls to the solar people. We don't need to sell the rest of our souls to everybody just because there's West Main Road frontage. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Sure.
Go ahead. Make sure you talk on that.
Okay, so when that Dollar General was being built, that was going to be a steel building. And the design review board and the question mark was that there was siding and windows to give the appearance so that you wouldn't see it just a crack of steel building going on. So I would try to suggest that when it comes time for the design review, you find some things that are acceptable that would be much more pleasing than the backside of the building.
Yeah.
But that it isn't too much of a financial burden for them. And it could be a win-win thing, because I think that Dollar General is so much better than what was originally.
Yeah, I mean, Portsmouth used to be a place where Dunkin' Donuts couldn't build a Dunkin' Donuts unless it had some stone on it, or it had a, it used to be that place. I don't know that it is that place anymore. I drive by Melville. By the way, when my father was in the Navy, I lived at 107 Stringham Road, which is now a solar panel. But I did sneak over there and pull the 107 off the building when they were wrecking those buildings and gave it to my father. But I lived on this island since 1960, which is the year I was born. And it's tragic. You know, we all saw Middletown sell its soul. And then we thought, well, Portsmouth's above that because Target didn't come here and all this. Dunkin' Donuts has to have stone on the foundation and all of that. And we're just, I feel it's slipping away. Anyway.
Although Russo Road was a junkyard before it was.
Before it was a built junk.
Yeah.
And
That's right.
Before, now it's
all
just
the
a piece
pieces.
of crap. Excuse my language. Thank you very much. If there are any other questions.
Anybody have any questions? You have anything to add, Counselor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I'll rest on the comments that I made previously. I do feel for the neighbors, and I obviously can't, my client can't speak for the conduct of the current owner since the time he acquired it, and we're just trying to move forward with a positive project, and we'll do everything we can to work with the neighbors going forward.
Thanks. Mr. Jackson is just grateful he's not Mr. Secretary. Thank you very much.
Somebody else?
My name is Dale Yatesburg. I live at 70 West Passage Drive.
Did you get that, Dee?
Yes, I did.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
I'm the fortunate one whose basketball court has turned into the bloom here in the last 3 years. Mr. Potter's soil is very fertile. Now is a meadow growing up to the basketball court. I haven't taken the time yet to raise the court to fully assess the damage, but our neighbors have expressed it's been a brutal stretch. I'm prepared to talk in detail about the water issues, but Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the seriousness with which you're taking this. Bird is the first support we've received from the town.
We're actually in a position to do something.
It's appreciated, and I hope maybe whether or not there's a transaction or a project, something with the current owners to make a fix the issue. As the neighbors have expressed, the town hasn't taken care of us. So I think that has certainly colored our, thoughts and opinions on the proposed project as it relates to assurances we may receive. Those assurances haven't been followed through on here in the last 3, 5, 8 years. So it's just something we expect to work on. We bought our home on West Passage in 2016, and similar to Mr. Matthews, we were assured the land behind our lot could not be developed. And again, shame on us. I suppose it's something we should have dug into and understood. The seller's agent took him at the word, and we were told it could not be developed. Certainly, if there was warehouses as proposed in this project, we would not have bought. It's going to be damaging to the neighborhood, to our property values. It's unfortunate. And I'm just speaking as a practical resident. I don't understand our powers or abilities or even the laws and those types of things. But as I sit and listen tonight, it strikes me the benefits of these projects to the town of Portsmouth and the residents of Portsmouth versus the laundry list and pages of concerns. I don't see the benefit to the town versus the cost. I don't know if you or the board, or if there's any board or any body that has authority over these things, but I don't see the benefit versus the risk. Brake coat seems like a very good name, as has been addressed tonight. He's certainly an upgrade over the current owner. Somebody who's taking the neighbors, hear their concerns. But again, when we look at this plan, that's something we want to look out at from our porches, our yards, our second floor windows. Everything else has been covered tonight. I know, appreciate the time to hear late.
Let me know that happened.
Might I make one comment on solar? I know it's a little off topic, but I'm just curious on the solar ordinance. Is there any concept of a cap on the size of projects, either individual or cumulatively in the
I
town?
think it's dictated by the size of the property. All right, any questions? Anything further, Counselor?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you very much. Anybody else? Anybody on, getting the word hybrid? Anybody else out there who wish to address this?
Anyone on Zoom can raise your hand now, or if you are, if you're calling in, dial *9 to raise your hand, and it's *6 to unmute.
Out there? All right, close.
I wish to speak, sir.
Oh,
absolutely. I wasn't gonna, but then I changed my mind.
Hey,
William Collins.
we all get to do that every now and then, right?
It's late, past my bedtime. 108 West Passage Drive.
All right, did you get that, Dee Dee?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to address when they put the berm in, it basically created a retention pond of sizable acreage, probably a 2-acre retention pond. In fact, Mr. Cotta no longer farms that corner of his lot. When he moved here in '99, he farmed right into the corner. Now he set aside 2 acres, which he won't farm. The other thing is, in the past, we've had standing water there well into the summer. We had a frog infestation. These frogs are chirping until well past 10 o'clock at night. It's just been a nightmare, and I'm very encouraged by how you're taking it seriously in the season this order. I too have not gotten the ear of anyone in town. I went to see the town manager, and he basically said, "I'm busy, secretary, and off my way." I was worried about, my neighbor's a doctor, we worry about Triple E and West Nile disease because you have this big stagnant pond. And they basically said, well, if you go down to the public works, they'll give you some larvicide, and you can throw it in there. That's what I did, but I was underwhelmed by the town's response. So I'm very encouraged by how seriously you seem to take this. Thank you very much.
Questions? I'm not putting you up, right? I didn't
That's fine.
questions. Counselor, anything to say?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Now, you don't have to keep quiet, but can you try to?
I'll try to be brief.
Yeah.
I was gonna wait till the next meeting, but it might be first right now. I'm here on that date. Recognizes that this water used to run through that blockade. Also, the road to West Main Road, that was his access. West Passage was developed, the easement. That once you get a stub from West Passage, you no longer get money. That road, like all roads, slightly elevated, that road's had swales. That road created a drainage, took hundreds of thousands of gallons of water down across West Main Road and Melville wetlands and not causing as much issue with the neighbors. At some point, Mr. Russo came and bermed it. And berm is a really soft word. If I picture a berm in my mind, I picture a guy with a shovel. This was a dam, 5 feet high, a couple hundred feet long. It is a dam. It creates 2-acre portion of the area that can't be farmed. It's not just the fact that it's a berm, but the very substantial drainage retention area ran down along the property line was filled. Mr. Kata has a backup. He can go down and pull that berm. And when he pulls that berm, the drainage system that runs toward the water won't take it. So he has not done that. The current situation, although bad, at least most of that water, what I call a 10-year storm, based on his property. This gets to enough of an elevation that the topography of the land gets the water over the stone wall. And Dale Yatesburg, who's been a long time client, friend of mine, gets literally in kayaks, like pictures of people with kayaks on his. We actually were working with Mr. I think one of the things that was happening was he didn't come forward with another petition that he had planned. He had Mr. Galvin as an attorney. We all know him as a gentleman. We were working together. Mr. Chicago went to the engineers at the Farm Bureau, had some solution. There was some discussions with the neighbors. One of the only things we can do was either go back across that line, or perhaps, and the reason I stood up, is to go into the West Passage system. That would require an easement between public landowners that have expressed at least an interest in doing it itself the problem. It would create a retention pond on Carter property and on the Russo property. And it's in design. What it will need, and what I think the board should comment on today, is that part of the solution will most likely come from someone evaluating the West Passage system to see if the storm drains in West Passage that run exactly to the same storm system that this water once ran to, have the capacity to take any of an overflow of a retention area. And we always thought that the day was coming, because I had talked to a bunch of the neighbors and Mr. Kata, where Mr. Russo would be here for a petition. And when he did, this was the way to get in front of the town. Not really for the town to file private nuisance action, but this is the way we can get a solution. But I do believe, and the engineers that looked at it believe, that in the control of the planning board was your decision on whether the West Passage system has the capacity to help here. And then if an easement could be secured, whether or not some of the problem could be done. If it all goes through along that wall like it used to, then it has a very challenging job to the water that's there, but then to figure out how much additional impervious surface is being added to this project and where that water's going to go. So it probably behooves everybody to look into all the solutions, not just put up the berm and put back a problem that may obviously affect Mr. Banks. Let's see what can be done globally to help everyone, at least in one small portion. I think that's the planning board exploring with our public works department on the 10-inch pipe, I believe, that is in the currently in the West Passage drainage system as a relatively new neighborhood. The planning board made sure.
Yeah, the problem is we haven't had that front.
I knew that. That's why I figured if I said it and you were continuing it, you might suggest to everybody, when you don't have that in front of you next time, that
We have an engineer here.
so just kind of letting everybody know that's probably where my question will come next month. So if we need a continuance next month because it's not done, because Mr. Jackson, quite frankly, had no idea when he filed this, because I called him and he was not aware of the problem. And I know the applicant wasn't aware of the problem. They both had an extremely surprised look on their face when we brought up not only the history of these problems, but that there were lawyers and, quite frankly, hours of discussions with engineers already trying to fix it, and that was kept from this applicant.
Anybody have any questions of Mr. Chappelle? Where are you running to?
Nobody asked.
The meeting? They may not.
I'm next. I'm trying to move this on.
Yeah, well,
Well,
Sure.
who would be the one responsible for paying to go through those property lines and connecting into the West Mass?
Well,
Mr. Cotta, is it?
I can tell you what the solution was proposed. Mr. Cotta, because he had the advantage of a farm bureau and some engineers upstate, did the engineering. Cheaper for him probably than anyone else. That at least gets us the volume of the water that needs to be controlled and the size of the extension pond. Mr. Cotta and now Mr. Porter, who is a site contractor, has the ability to do a retention or detention area as designed between the properties that could be sized in such a way to solve this problem. The only thing that it actually took outside dollars for was if we secured the easement between, I believe, the 8th property and the property just to the west. Only licensed contractors can tie into the state drainage system. So that draining, we could dig the trenches, we could lay the sand, and Mr. Cotto was willing to do that with hopefully Mr. Russo. We wanted Mr. Russo because we did the engineering and offered to do a lot of the site work to merely contribute towards the final tie-in with the check. Mr. Galvin was suggested that when a petition was filed that may happen, it fell on deaf ears. So I do think it's kind of a decision. I think once that's designed, everything else is going to change, and what's in front of you might not be that identical to what you see, but frankly.
Counselor, do you have anything to say?
Usually when I have a conversation with Court Chappelle, I have a surprised look on my face.
And he's usually never brief.
So aside from that, Mr. Chairman, you did indicate previously that my client is somewhat in a rock and a hard place. He went under contract intending to develop this property. And the difficulty here is that he's got a willingness to move forward in good faith. But, he really needs some type of, he needs to be vested in the project with a master plan to start spending money on engineering. And he's willing to do that. The tough part is if he doesn't get master plan and we wait for the cease and desist to get resolved, we're relying on the good faith of Mr. Russo, which you heard from the neighbors. We don't know how that's going to play out.
Problem is that if we grant you master plan approval, except for, there's a plan that we're looking at right now, we may end up with something completely totally different. Because the nature of addressing this particular issue.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman.
That troubles me because essentially we would be buying a pig in a poke. And that's not something I'm necessarily willing to do. But anyway, that's just me. I'm just talking. Anything else for Mr. Chappelle? All right, thank you. Anybody else? Okay, we're going to close the evidentiary portion of the program of the application. I kind of expressed my opinion. I am very reluctant to vote or approve this. It's just me, I'm just speaking for myself, without having the I just think it affects the entire development, the entire thing. I don't think that if we voted on this and approved it, that we would have any assurance that that's what would end up being developed. So maybe, I don't know, maybe my suggestion would be maybe continue this for a month to give them an opportunity and try to come up with something that addresses the cease and desist order. I would also suggest that we make a recommendation to, I guess, our attorney, the town's attorney, that if there isn't any progress made within the next 30 days, that this applicant or the owner, P&G Realty, will sue. Make that recommendation of referral. But that would be my suggestion, and whatever the pleasure of the board is. Go ahead. Sure.
I first of all want to apologize to all the neighbors. The lack of support totally shows not fair to you guys, of how you guys were treated. That's starters, embarrassing. I also don't want this new owner or soon to be owner to be stuck with a gigantic mess. And Mr. Cotta, if he wants to get rid of that property, has to be able to put money in escrow or something to give some security that you're not stuck with something. And I honestly believe, based on Mr. Chappelle's information and having been dealt with these kind of problems in the past, that whatever plan you have now will change. And to save you money and time, we really should move this down another month. To give the opportunity to get things straightened out and that everybody feels like this stuff is being addressed and there's no way that this is being rushed through and all that stuff. It's totally unfair what the neighbors have gone through. You're a rock star to them, and I think you should stay on that way another month and see what Mr. Russo can do on his end to at least owning up, assuming that that pipe can get through and that the neighbors will allow that easement through to solve that problem. I make a motion that we wait another month and see what shakes out. Yeah, continue. But hopefully, and expecting that there will be changes.
Would you also add to that the chair's recommendation?
Yeah, I will certainly do that. And we also put in by next month that the town solicitor has checked in and find out and actually cause action to put the pressure on Mr. Russo and to try to correct the cease and desist.
It's also related by this having to go to town council.
Yeah.
I'll second that motion.
Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for vote. Go ahead.
Hold on a second, please. Hold on, can I please interject here? I'm trying to get on.
Wow. This is what you get for not being here.
I've been here, you just haven't seen my face. I'm trying to get on here, but anyway, can you, this is Kevin Gavin, can you hear me?
Hear you.
I didn't really hear that, what that motion was, but if it was something about directing the town solicitor to
No.
bring legal action.
Figure out what's the next step from a legal point of view to enforce the cease and desist order if it's not resolved or we don't see a planned resolution of it by next month.
Okay, because I have no information on this, so I don't think it's, okay, I don't think it, so the motion does not have any direction to me to do anything.
We can't direct you because it would probably involve.
Okay. Right, okay, I just wasn't able to hear.
Steps out. One way or another.
Okay, I wasn't.
One way or another, Kevin, we need to get these people relieved.
Okay, I just wasn't able to hear it clearly. I just wanted to, make sure that there was nothing unforeseen here. Thanks.
Even we have no budget. Then all that comes through the town council.
Mr. Bissonnette?
Yes.
It's Dee Dee. I'm sorry to belabor this, but could you clearly review the motion again? I didn't completely catch the last part on how Mr. Gavin. Okay.
Well, what the next steps are to enforce these rights, and we'd like to do that next week, next month.
So you're simply referring it to Attorney Gavin.
To the cease and desist, to enforce the cease, recommendations regarding enforcing the cease and desist.
Okay, good, got it.
Yes, you got it, okay?
This is the first cease and desist memo that I've ever seen. I noticed that there isn't any CCs. Should there be?
I don't know, you gotta talk to somebody else about that. Anybody else? Any other conversation? All right, I'm gonna call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. We're taking a 7-minute break. I don't know about you, but I gotta take a walk.
I walked down to West Main Road and showed that it's overrun by storm drains. They're going right down to the closes off the right. And you know, so the crap that was being dragged that all we are all first time. You did, and I appreciate it. Like I said, Seth was the only one that even smiled to me. The rest of them, who I all voted, who I voted for, would not. Guys, I'm showing mud. And that also. And Mr. Carter came down and looked at it. I was proud. And it was showing up on my. And he built sandbags on the other side of that wall, so down the driveway. Anyway, thanks, gentlemen. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's probably a third thing. We're not it's a really good idea. One of the reasons I put that whole thing about continuous applications in my show. So it's got so everybody was sat there all evening. Engineer.
West Main.
My IT guy's asleep. I got my son and all my pictures. No, he's here on mine. He's here on mine. Yeah, see if anybody, see if there's any butters. Yeah, no, yeah, I think you're doing a great job.
They are. All right, we're gonna get started.
Like you got a couple people who let in.
Yeah. Let me just address some housekeeping. We're only we probably only going to get one more petition tonight. That's going to be item number 5 on our agenda. Item number 6 has been continued. Item number 7. Is there anybody here to cite Mr. Chappelle on item number 7, which is the Equipment Country Club? It doesn't look like we're going to get to that tonight.
Oh, yeah.
No, 5 we're going to do.
He's never voted.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but I'm just saying that I don't want to abuse people. I don't want to have people sitting here for the next hour and not have them be heard and just allow them to get out of here a little bit early. So with the indulgence of the board, somebody make a motion to continue item number 7 to 8:11.
I will make the recommendation that we postpone number 7, the country club application to August 11th.
Is there a second?
Second.
Chair, I'm going to recuse myself, continue my recusal because of my association.
Is there any other discussion? Hearing none, call for a vote. You with us, Mr. Bullock?
Aaron.
Is he with us?
He's muted. He's muted.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Yes.
Now you back with us? Okay.
Aye.
You the motion?
Aye.
All right, all in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, the ayes have it. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, but
Mr. Bissonnette, did Mr. Lopes?
recuse himself.
Okay, thank you.
And again, I apologize. The first two items on the agenda, which obviously most of you saw, an exception. I just don't like people sitting around. All right, Mr. Chappelle, we are hearing what is number 5 on our agenda. This is West Shore Solar LLC. This is owner Carnegie Trails LLC, AP 26 Lot 13, West Shore Road, master plan application.
Chair, I'm also going to recuse myself from this petition because my association is abutting out the abutting south.
You may proceed.
Hello, everyone. For the record, Court Chappelle, our office is at 171 Chase Road. I'm here on behalf of people at that tonight. This is for the, first of all, Carnegie Trails LLC. I am a member of. I am also the abutter on all the property to the east, approximately 2,500 foot frontage for this project. And my farm where I reside with my wife and children, and where at least one of my children have built a home that also abuts us. I say that because we hear a little solar bashing, and I'm not going to advocate. There are reasonable people in the world that are against solar, and I would like to think there are reasonable people in the world that are for solar. I am one of those reasonable people. My vote doesn't count any more than anyone else, but I live next to a 36-acre industrial site That site, when I moved there, was the home of Alvin Yachts, formerly Pearson Yachts. It was a building, took up approximately 8 acres, had over 100 employees. I got used to living with 100, fiberglass, I'm not sure. I noticed it any more than the horse manure I have. But I also had the noise, I had the traffic of Bristol, like 7:30 in the morning and 3:30 in the afternoon, and on the average 20 nips and 15 beer cans I picked up a day on my driveway and my road. So when it, and Matthew, did you bring Matthew in here? Matthew can share his screen. I'm going to show you. First, what's on the screen now is an overview in that gray or black and white area are areas where the panels for a solar farm are being proposed. The 36-acre site, and approximately 15 half of those acres are solar. The other 20 acres or 21 acres will remain property of Carnegie Trails and hopefully our farm and another neighbor who pitched in to also make sure that his neighborhood did not convert back to the heavy industry it once was. Remember, this whole area used to be heavy industry. It's now Carnegie instead of Kaiser. It's now Newport Beach Club instead of warehousing. And it was to be 23 luxury condos back in 2008 that fell through. Well, rock, paper, scissors, or fallow field might be the nicest thing to live next to, but I worried about what could be there and not what was there. I knew at the very least it was going to be 60 condo units. So I'm here saying that I consider solar my solution, not my problem. With that said, you'll notice that I believe this is a very good site for solar. Please look at the irregular shape of the array. And I'll ask Matthew to give the aerial view of the factory when it's still standing. I'm going to press myself to pull the hybrid IT on. Okay. Again, this is a 36-acre site. It is abutted. That picture now shows, Matthew, if you would go along West Shore Road, as the cursor goes, that is West Shore Road. There's approximately 2,000 foot of frontage. All those green fields to the right are my family farm. Those two squares that you see, right where the entrance road is into the site, those were the existing driveway, parking lots for Alvin Yachts and for Pearson Yachts that held the hundreds of cars parked there. Over the years, since I've lived there in the last 5 or 6 years, they stripped all of the gravel off the top of those, and now they're just basically land that's been raked. It has been, it does have some trees and brush growing on it. But when the fences came down for Alvin Yachts, the contractor got sold, used it as a dump, and it has been, for anybody down there, a dump site. It is full of floods. Before I was involved in the purchase in November of 2020. Before we purchased, that was a dump. We took 300 tires out of there, 37 tractor trailer loads of garbage, including a building that was taken down, insulation. Now what's left is mainly, there's still a lot to go, but what's left is rock and stumps and that type of garbage. In a plan to get rid of that garbage, solar did come and ask us if they could explore putting a farm here. When you get paid for solar, some of it comes from an annual lease, some of it comes from upfront money. This was an opportunity to do a hybrid with the developers who consider themselves very green, by the way. They don't consider solar as a hazard in the area. They actually believe it to be a very green business opportunity. But that provides some of the money to clean this property up so that the remainder of the property that's not going to be sold, the other 20 acres, can still be used as a farm and remain mostly in its natural state. Matt, if you take the next picture from the view of West Shore Road, when we, in the old days there, I say old days, I mean 7 years ago, 9 years ago. So that is a picture taken from my driveway, looking across West Shore Road to the entrance. So when you start talking about how many trees you need to block a 10-foot high solar farm, please look at what we looked at. That's a 35-foot, 7-acre building. It's gone now, but again, that's what could be there. I believe that solar is an opportunity. Those on to the right of that picture on that driveway is was one of the parking lots, and to the left was the other parking lot, and that existing road, you'll see when we highlight the current solar project, that we'll be using the same entrance directly across from what I call my south driveway. But that's what we did see, and I assure you, we will now see, because our ordinance allows you to protect neighbors, we will see a screen, a berm, and a buffer. And I'm going to go through that. Matt, again, can you take me now through the aerials? Doesn't really matter which area. I believe that there is where master plan approval. I will be here with all of the drainage design when it comes time, all the specifics of the solar, all my decommission plans. We know that. But
Landscaping, lighting.
But I'm going to concentrate tonight on landscaping and making sure that I think this ordinance does give you the tools to help block solar or to substantially mitigate it from every angle. And I think because 90% of what we hear on these projects is what am I going to see? And how is it going to affect the neighborhood? And what's going to happen to the trees? I'm going to concentrate on that tonight. This is an aerial picture looking looking southwest. It's that's my field on the left-hand side. Actually, Todd Chaplin's house from Mount Hope Engineering. You'll see that the parking lot to the left is now that is piles of junk and rock and dirt that I made reference to. And the pad is now cleaned up, but again, that 8-acre pad. Solar is being proposed on top of cement. 80% of this is in the area that is currently a pad. So when you talk about wildlife, I love wildlife. They don't walk across the pad. And we are keeping 180 to 360 degrees around that pad. We have not keeping open corridors against Carnegie Heights. We're keeping all of the area, which is to the left of the pad, all of the waterfront, which is 550 feet of waterfront, 400 feet deep. Some of its wetlands, and all is going to stay preserved, and everything to the right we're keeping as a farm. The closest it gets to a house is well over 200 feet, and in most cases 400 to 500 feet. There's a couple of exceptions. I've concentrated on, so as far as tree removal, Matt, can you go back to, you can go to aerial, one of the other aerials? That is now a picture from Carnegie Heights looking due north at the pad. And that whole, when you see the pad, you can also see the gravel. That corner is being cut. That green area to the right is being cut to square that off in the zone. And those are the areas that some trees are going to be removed. I can assure you they are not ancient forests. They are chokecherry and briars and junk. And one of the areas that's being cleared just to the right of your picture in that small triangle is where the septic field was. So it is not any trees, but from the aerial view, it looks trees, but it's brush. All of the other trees that you see to the left, down to the water, those are all staying, and other vegetation. We are reserving our right to have it as a farm, building trails through that. There may be some hay fields and even barns, but it will be a farm similar to the property I have across the street, but not planted like corn, so that it would be clear cut in any way. I'm going to start because Mike Marone's here. He is a representative of Carnegie Heights, and they are obviously a very nice neighborhood to our south. That house that you see in the bottom of that picture is one of the Carnegie Heights houses. Note that the road abuts a berm. That road was reduced, I think, to 40 feet, even though it's 18 Adam. So there is the setback from that house, and because Carnegie Heights was built originally on industrial land, there was a 30-foot side yard and 50-foot front yard setback. So that house has 50 feet to the road is then 40 feet, that's 90. That then starts a berm that was put there to block the 35-foot building that once was Pearson Yachts. That was done by Mr. DeSavery back in the day. That is approximately a 5-foot stone wall with a 7 or 8 foot earth berm on top of that, and a row of pine trees that average about 20 feet. From the road standing there, you cannot see the pad. You cannot go. From the pad, you can see the top of that house and not a window. But there have been discussions about what vegetated buffer would be on that side. This is why I like the ordinance that says 50 feet is a minimum, or you should look and see what's going to make the neighbors happy and what is practical. If we start putting trees on the other side of that berm, we would start them at ground level. And if we planted them at 6 feet, in 5 years, you'd see the top of them behind this berm. Again, I think Carnegie Heights has been gracious with us, and they have said, I had offered to augment their berm and to work with the 2 landscape architects so that we could fill in all the spots on their berm form that people could see. But there's a couple of spots where those trees have weakened their integrity as a full block. And that gives us the benefit of planting trees that start, for all purposes, 8, 9 feet above our ground level. And we get a lot more bang for our buck. So technically, we are proposing on this side, with the blessing of the neighborhood when we come to terms. It's fair to say that the exact trees and money to be exchanged is not taking place. But we expect that we are going to get to ask the neighbors to bless us based on us augmenting there. That's the flexibility you have in this ordinance to say, what should my buffer be? Where should it be? With that said, as long as that picture is up, the entire water side, again, it's almost 500 feet apart. So, and it's all vegetation in an area that is either coastal, shall not cut down trees in the coastal zone. So there is a substantial buffer there already. And again, if you read our ordinance, what it says is, let's look at all the different angles, and let's make sure that from that angle, we can take all reasonable measures to mitigate any visual impact. You do not see that pad from the water. I can't believe, unless there's someone from the tower here, that you can find a person in Portsmouth that can see that pad from their home. Obviously, when you get up elevated, they're looking at a pad now, quite frankly, at a checkerboard look to it, probably pretty close to the same as it looks now. So from the water side, there is, obviously the 6-foot fence goes all the way around it, but there is no additional vegetation posed on that side. When you go to, Matt, can you take us to the West Shore Road side? Correct. Actually, the Baker Road side. So Baker Road is a neighborhood that long straight road you see coming down is West Shore Road. The pad is in the background. It turns on Baker Road, and there's a series of houses along the water and a series of lots, 3 of which are owned by Carnegie Trails across the street. But there is over 550 feet to that pad from that direction. And again, natural vegetation is there. Because it is possibly going to be developed as a farm, what we have discussed with the owner is obviously the 6-foot fence goes right around the perimeter, doesn't go around the perimeter of the land in this case. It goes around the perimeter of the field. And we are going to have with the design review and ready for you next time, what we call a typical landscape plan. So in that area, we're planting arborvitae or things with a black fence. But like design review talked about, in certain cases, having colored fence instead of regular chain link fence. That might be something we hear in a lot of the projects, and we're doing whatever they recommend. But we're putting in trees on there, and we're committing that we won't do anything on the farm, that we'll open up a sight line until those trees get to full fruition of higher than the fence at the width and plantings design, so that they would be the opaque screening called for in the ordinance. We have that luxury, because we sometimes you'll have a solar field and the neighbor next door with his trees, but you don't have any restraint from whether he cuts the trees and then whether someone looks across the lot. Because we are common owners, we can be bound and will be bound not to do anything on the farm portion that would be so clear that you have that view from the Baker Road people who are clearly my neighbors and not people I drive by every day and misrepresent myself. Now you look at West Shore Road to the left, again, the most affected neighbors are my daughter, us for a couple thousand feet and the original farmhouse. That topography is something that I think, again, we should watch for in all of these things, because West Shore Road ends up sitting about 3 feet higher than my land on the left and this land on the right. So when you're really trying to block something, block it from the road where you're really going to be sitting in the car and not pretend that it's all level. So there's a dip there. So again, if we come in 60 feet along West Shore Road, because remember it is a minimum 50 feet, I would think it's supposed to be a minimum anywhere, it would be in a heavy industrial zone. But our ordinance also says it's 50 feet or what's called for in the ordinance, and always the greater would apply. So in industrial zone, if this was a factory, it would be 60 feet from the road, and these will also be 60 feet away. Because of the time that's gone by with the driveways being stripped, it has grown some natural birch and some oak trees, and we are maintaining everything on what I'll call the first 5 or 6 feet. And then where it drops down, we're proposing a berm, because that is a side where we're not overly concerned with shading, not as much as we are from the south and east. That's kind of to the north. And the berm will allow us again to put in a decent sized tree that will have the effect of blocking from the road instead of waiting 5 years till it moves the height of the surrounding area. Our fence, we have asked, I never really thought, drafted some of that ordinance with all the help of a host of other people, including. I didn't think that the fence had to go on the boundary line, but I thought it could. In this particular case, we don't really want to drive down West Shore Road and look like a 6-foot prison fence. So we're proposing that that fence does in fact go 60 feet in on the boundary line, or 57 feet, so the panels are at 60. And we want all our vegetated buffer in front of that for blocking from the road. We have a landscape plan that is that minimum 30 feet of vegetated buffer on a berm. We're leaving the existing plantings, then the berm, plantings on the berm. So we believe it'll be, our goal is to make it not viewable from the road. And Mr. Kevin Albertson shares his screen, if he'd be kind enough. Kevin, you look at me? You'd be kind enough to share your screen of the landscape plan for me?
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Corford, for the great introduction. It says,
who is the partner? What's the
Yeah, hold on. I'm still doing my introduction. I'm going to put you all on and swear you in a minute.
oh, sure. Go ahead.
I talk too much, I realize that. But can you share your screen and put your plan up for me, please?
Sure.
So again, things that.
Can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
I'm gonna blow, can you blow it up just a little bit?
Yeah, you gotta get it out of the view, yeah.
Okay. That's good for the front, but when You know, Mr. Crossman did stand up and say, as proponent of the ordinance, which I think he meant me, even though again, it was a collaborative effort. I did say you have the tools to make sure that your goal of making it or limiting the aesthetic impact was available. And when we did that, notice that on the corners, we not only go along the front, we wrap around, because when you're driving up the road, you want to see, you don't want to look behind the screen either. So on both corners, we wrapped around so that that's the case. As you can see, that's proposed 60 feet wide. There's the notes on that, go to the berm, you get all of that specifics at the next level, but the design review will be ready to go. I think we're on their agenda in August. If you come down to, if you look at the, you put your cursor on what I call the southeast corner of where the panels meet the West Main Road, that area is there's a bunch of wooded land. It's not the greatest trees, but we want to keep it there. For those of you that have been down there, there have been trails up through there, which I've probably trespassed on for many years now with horses. There's many golf carts that go in there, and they're all pretty well maintained. And it's the goal to keep those for the farm. But we have designed this, and you'll see the words future subdivision in those things. We want this array to be self-supporting and self-sufficient, so that if we cut it off, it means it could not cut off a lot that didn't maintain its 50-foot setbacks and have to make sure screening all the way around it. There is some taxation issues with a piece of property that has been labeled a brownfield. So there's some areas that are labeled a brownfield and some that aren't. So it makes sense sometimes to separate a piece for financing. If I were to build a barn on one piece, you want to cut it off from the brownfield. So we were not to be disingenuous, showing you that that area below the field on this side was capable of being cut off and retained by us. There is that 50-foot corridor, which we keep for access to the back. That's why the fence is 50 feet away, so that we not only have a wildlife access, but access back to the back land. And Kevin, can slide that down so we can see the okay. That pink area is the Carnegie berm. That's the berm that Kevin is going to tell you that he's working with the architects over at Carnegie to supplement and utilize the berm and existing trees to make this so you can't see it. Again, notice the corner where we wrap those trees around so that you can behind the original fence line. You go in 50 or 60 feet through the woods so that there's no site corridors. If you look at where the cursor is now, come down please. You see the black building. That is what we carved out for the proposed barn or farm. Any of those that have been to the site, this was a area that was pitched generally from West Shore Road to the water. And then when they developed it, it looked like they took a bulldozer and cut a 8 to 10 acre laser level spot out of it. So where that barn is, if you look at the topography in the drawings, that goes up about 20 feet. So that's the top of the hill. So by putting a barn there and that row of trees, people from Carnegie Heights really won't see the pad, but there was concern as you look up a hill, you may. So by making that barn and having trees there, we can block that whole area that somebody may see. It's been very well thought out to try to eliminate the view from just about everyone. And it is impossible for me to eliminate the view from the town. It's a long way away, you'll see from the pictures, but when you get up high enough in the plane or a tower, you're going to see it. I will tell you that the designer or owner will tell you that all the technology is being used. These are anti-glare panels. They are all designed now to be airports. The solar days 15 years ago, we used to hear complaints. And you'll find some things on the internet that the FAA had some concerns with close to airports, but not with glare panels and things that don't reflect at this point. So That's really the four sides of the landscape plan. Again, at no point does it come less than 60 feet that's required on West Shore Road. And in most areas on the west side, 500 feet, 300 feet to the north. 200, that area you see on West Shore Road on the south that we preserve, those fences are saying 250 feet on that vegetation. There's a method to that. That would be 250 feet because if a lot ever got cut off there in industrial zone, there's 200 foot of frontage. I need 200 foot of depth to get 40,000 square feet, which is the minimum of a lot size for a light industrial lot. 200 times 200 is 40,000. And I need the 50 feet buffer from the back of that lot, even though there'd be, but there'd be putting a building there knowing that the solar was behind it. We still would have the vegetative buffer in full force effect. So I think this does it from every side. It's a parcel that, at least environmentally, we're making sure we have all the corridors for the deer and the wonderful coyotes that visit us on a daily basis. The tree foliation is practically nothing. The brownfield gets some rewards, as you know. I don't know if you know much about solar, but I consider it a ton, right? So if you're gonna own 40 acres of land and trying to, there's a park that requires your pockets to be X deep. I'm sure you do not. If you want to sell it to Nature Conservancy, you get rid of all the development rights and take some money up front, but then have issues that are involved with that. And if you try to do solar, you sign 25-year leases. So I guarantee pretty much for my lifetime, no noise, no odor, no traffic, and I get to see what I have hopefully controlled that I don't see. So for me, it was a solution. For the town, the underlying real estate is taxed the same way anybody else's underlying real estate is taxed. And currently, that's set very high. It's with all the land close to a $30,000 a year tax bill. And this size of this system is 5 megawatts, just under 4.9 megawatts. They generally pay $17,000 a megawatt per year. So what that comes out to is it pays the taxes and it deflects the cost. And I guess if you put 25 years and pay the amortization, someday my kids and the kids of my partner will benefit. But as a practical matter, it's not, the owner of land is not considered a great moneymaker. It's just considered, and if you really want to break it down, it comes down to about $50 an acre per month. Half an acre, I got you. But when it adds up, pays the taxes. There's also a state law that says that the personal property, the solar panels on top of the land, owe taxes, personal property taxes to the town of Portsmouth. It's on a per megawatt basis. I don't have the exact figures on this one, but I know when we did one in Middletown on a 7 megawatt system, it was a statewide ordinance was about 50,000. So I believe it's about 25 to 28,000 if this generates what we expect it to generate on top of real estate taxes. So for the town's purpose, it's not so different than the resort districts that it's in. It gets a fairly substantial tax base. Unlike a farm, which is almost nothing, as you know. And there's those solar panels don't have any kids in our school, and they don't break the law, and the police aren't. So we expect with a good security fence to be a very quiet, good neighbor for us, be able to utilize the land around it. And I've heard many times that this may be the best site for solar in town of Portsmouth. If you look at those proposals that have all been in for you to change the ordinance, where they say, find a brownfield, find a heavy industry, find a place that's not necessarily a high residential area. And I think and find a place where you're not cutting down all the trees and it's already defoliated. So again, I think it's a no-brainer, but I certainly recognize that people in the world have a different opinion. The other thing, we're gonna be here with Lynn about drainage, because obviously drainage is an issue, and you're the guy next door. It's gonna be easy in this case, because it's a 10-acre pad. There, you can put impervious on top of impervious, and you don't make it worse. We actually have some proposals to make it better, which will include just looking at the drainage ditches and swales. I live the area, I know the area, I am probably the most effective neighbor when it comes to drainage. It will not be Mr. Russo who pushes my problem onto a neighbor. We're gonna have a system. We're also looking into removing, we're not removing the slabs themselves. Remember, some of this 8 acres is little slabs, but a lot of it is the surrounding 3 or 4 inch of pavement and concrete for impervious. Some very easy to remove, some very difficult. And part of brownfields is that you minimize the impact on the system. But we expect to be able to remove some of the pavement and guarantee that we are going to be the only solar guys that have less impervious at the end of the day than we did at the beginning of the day. What we want. I think those are the master plan type issues that affect the neighborhood the most. But I do have Lynn here for any technical opinions you want to look at right now before we come back on a preliminary. I have Kevin Alverson, landscape architect, if there are anything you think we haven't done. I don't think you have a letter for design review, even though we didn't. The reason you don't is because we told them we were coming back to them with an architect. We're on, I believe, August 13th, and we now have that plan. So they didn't even get really a preliminary look at our plan yet. But we did listen to their preliminary comments. Oh, I knew the last guy didn't know either, but they didn't.
Yeah, they put them all out on June 21, but yeah, I thought I saw them.
Yeah, I didn't see ours, but again, it was really a informal discussion about the importance of what the design review board felt of the landscape integrity and fencing and all of the issues that are before us every day when we talk about that. So I'm trying to save based on the criticism we get in the ordinance by coming in and saying, and tell me it can't be done, because it can be. And I think at the end of the day, when we see what we design, it is really going to be done. Easier probably as an abutter than just a lawyer, but I think you'll find that this is going to, you're going to have the tools here, and you're going to have people in front of you that are doing what we said that ordinance was for. And it is to find a place for solar, which is very important. And we started with governor's mandate asking us all to try to get a solar ordinance. But it can be done in the right place, and it can be done the right way, so that it definitely minimizes all impacts to the town. And actually, I think that with that, well, let's go to the following.
Just,
I don't know if you know this, Dave.
you have to have a deal with somebody, right?
Yes, so we have our energy supplier is Kearsarge Energy, and they are on tonight and ready to talk. But again, I interviewed, we talked with a number of different companies. A landowner, it's important to think about what that ordinance says. You're going to put this stuff on our property, and the owner, the developer, has to post a bond. If you go belly up and post that bond, I'm responsible for the 100 grand of decommissioning. So we interview people. First, it keeps their own projects. They're not a builder with seller of energy, so they're in there with us. And we get to talk to them, and we get to make sure their bond is done, we get to watch. And so I do think it's important. I haven't quite frankly heard that there's a bunch of solar companies that aren't reputable, but I certainly found that, did my homework to find out that there was one that was. So they're the people, they had to do an interconnect study before getting here. You know, that's what everybody does. Interconnect study is an application to National Grid, which basically says, where is this energy going to be sent to, and what is the capacity connectivity of the station. This is a Dexter Street station. So they have the interconnect study and the license. I'll let Andrew correct my language, but they have the license to tie in this. And this is a little easier than some, because if you follow this off-site renovations too, because you, without the middle of nowhere, somebody's getting a lot of telephone poles in their yards that may not have happened before. There was 2 sets of 3-phase wire run to the plant because it was just that big of a deal. So this already has 3-phase access, and it already comes in right at the access road, right across my driveway. So the infrastructure to the company and the town is substantially less than it is if you put out in the middle of a rural road out in Little Compton and have to add those poles that are capable of carrying that separate 3-phase wire. So again, that's why, but again, Screen's not a bad spot for this because of the infrastructure that's already in place.
Now, this work being the former industrial area, actually,
But yeah, well, and it would for a lot of things because that's there for a factory, and there's a 12-inch water line that is there for a factory. And as you guys know that I've been in front of you a lot, you know that I represented the developer for the 23 lots. And as such, when this went on the auction block, this was basically bought up for closure, and then literally I owned it. And I got a bunch of inquiries, and I got inquiries for hotels and renting facilities and boat facilities and 70 condo units. It now is part of the resort area, which makes the density in this potentially 2 per acre, like what we spoke. Then, again, you could see that there were a few neighbors that had the luck of pitching it together and to try to control it. You have been all in to live next to me, in my opinion, to try to get something that would minimize the impact. That's what we did. Sure.
So you want to put anybody on, or?
I don't know that we need to a preliminary, but I have them all here, and certainly if you have any questions, I assure you with the landscape architect, we're going to be a design review, and we're going to come back with a positive recommendation based on, he already has all the plantings, and as you know, our ordinance tells you that what type of grass seeds and pollinators, and what type of bushes and trees, and natural, save everything you can.
You want this to go in as an exhibit?
I think it should.
We will see the next meeting, right? He said that's the 13th, we meet on the 11th, but.
We're gonna be on the.
Yeah.
I don't have my calendar on me.
Yeah, our next meeting was on the 11th.
For some reason, I thought it was the 13th, but I'll check that. Second?
But when it is.
Yeah, it is when it is, but we'll be there. We should have a landscape recommendation. I would like to introduce Mr. Barone, because he's so nice and staying here.
Yes, my name is Michael Barone. My address is 161 Carnegie Heights Drive. And I've addressed for over 12 years now, and I was always wondering what was going to happen when that old factory went down. And so when I realized that I had a notice in the mail that Paul was looking to do something solar, initially we were a little concerned, but we also understood the benefits of solar, and it sounded like a much better idea than any of the other alternatives. And once I'm also, unfortunately, I'm the president of the Carnegie Heights Association, which is the rest of the development in the area, and I can't get out of it. So, for the last 11 years.
Talk to us.
Yeah. So it makes it quick, but we also, after going through, the board decided that this we would support board's proposition here, as long as we come to the agreement on what we're going to do with the environment and the landscaping. And we're going to have people in place, as he said, and as long as that's approved by the design committee timeframe, we're more than happy to support what he's doing. I think it's in the best interest of our neighborhood and the whole area in general. But a lot worse things that could happen. I remember the old Boltworks factory when it was first put up, and that was first put up, and I sadly came to the top of the green, so we couldn't see the top of it, but we still saw the top of it and heard a lot of nasty stuff and smelled nasty stuff coming from there. So when he looked at putting in solar, we walked the fields, realized that, you know, it was just going to lay it down on concrete, more or less, was already there. Was it going to be invasive in any way? The area around it made a lot of sense to us. So we're in full support of what he's doing, both me as a butter and as entire homeowners association. Amounts about 12 homes, 11 are built, one's not built. And after that last one's built, I'm not going to price it. My first job as president was that, well, that's another time. Thanks very much.
No problem. Is there anybody else here who wishes to speak with the petition? Come on.
It's me again.
Yeah, we recognize you. You still have to give us your name and address.
Christian Sullivan, 799 Union Street.
Thank you, sir.
I just want to basically come up, going back and forth with the court a few times over the years. This is a prime example of apples and oranges, guys. You know what I mean? From a wildlife and environmental perspective, I have to say, looking at even like the corridors and stuff, there's still areas for animals to move around. This just makes sense. Stays in Portsmouth. I know there's a lot of people that probably still have some qualms and things, but for me, I just thought it was important even for you guys to see that. Like, I do believe sometimes this stuff's right. This one seems better to me. Just a lot better and all less risk. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Anybody else? Well, welcome. Thank you. It is a pleasure to see you.
He's out late.
I know. It's out late. It's late for me. And even though we know who you are, your name and address.
Donato Andre DeAndrea, residence address is 8 Madeline Drive in Newport, Rhode Island. I am the owner of property at 93 Baker Road in Portsmouth, Rhode Island. Have been since 1982. It's been in the family since 1959. This is the southernmost lot on the water to the west of this property. My aunt paid the vast sum of $500 for this land. Something to do
We won't ask you what it's worth now.
something to do with Hurricane Carol. No one wants to do it. When I first heard about this, it was long before on paper, it's around the rumor apparently spread through that area on Baker Road and around about where my son lives in this house. And it's got an email from the NIMBYs. And it was something proposed here. We don't want it in our and I believe that if someone owns a piece of property, you can do what you want with it, within reason. Whether it would impact my property value one way or the other. One town will be out for 600,000, 3 years later, I for 300,000. Doesn't matter, it's a home. I guess below the valuation, below taxes, but that's not the point. Having been made aware of the details now, I have no objection to this right from the beginning, regardless of the fear that sometimes settles into neighborhoods. And I called and told I had no problem with it. But seeing the details and how well thought out it has been, I can't imagine anyone. But I'm here just for that purpose, as one of the closest landowners to the land, well back where this solar farm will be. That's where we found.
So which one is yours?
Sure. You have to go all the way to the south on Baker Road.
Okay.
And as you get to the end, there is a small one-story building on the water side. Just next house lot goes up to the fence, which has a lock and a gate for the people who own property on the east side of Baker Road, which is mostly undeveloped land, probably will never be developed.
because it appears that a lot of that land has been bought by people on the water side, so they'll always have a nice yard across where they live too. So I don't see many changes coming there. But we've been there for that period of time, just a one bedroom, summer cottage, winterized, after I bought it. And it's been great for the family and great for the place for my son to live also. But regardless, I was not opposed to this from the beginning, because I do have maybe more conservative views to people do for property, especially as a negative impact on everyone else. That land is so huge, you couldn't have. But this is probably one of the best thought out plans I have heard from any of these installations anywhere on the island. And I trust that it will hopefully find keep an eye on it. I like to stay up till 11:30 at night. That just one neighbor, a fairly close neighbor, someone who's been there almost as long. I can't say I've been there longer than anyone else who's still there. Still some families who are ahead of me there. But I can't think of any reason why it should not be a great thing for the town.
Come on up, sir.
I'm David Howard, 36 Marion Rose Drive. I just wanted to say that I think of all the proposals that I've seen for solar, there are 3 that I think have real merit. This is one of them. I think the existing arrays at Chase Farm and behind the Cox building are also kind of the right way to do something. So I didn't want people to think that I'm totally opposed to solar. I like the looks of this. I like the fact that it's on an unused industrial property with minimal impacts. I do have a couple of questions. As a taxpayer, I've been looking into the assessments of some of these properties that have been proposed for solar. And I'm surprised that the one nearest to me went from a $550,000 assessment to $186,000 in 2018. This one, if I understand correctly, went from $3 million to $2 million at the same time. So I'm not the purview of this board to sort out taxes. But I don't know what's going on when these things drop so precipitously while the rest of our taxes are good. And I'm concerned that the town may not be getting its fair value in tax money. The second thing I have to ask Mr. Chappelle is, if this is assessed at okay. So what's being developed is this one lot.
Biggest lot is 36 acres. That's 2613. There's also 15, 16, 18, 19, and for a portion of 24.
So just for clarity,
this is the one that's being developed. I can't tell you what happened in the other cases. I can tell you this case, industrial and general went down a little bit, but those are the years that he's talking about, where somebody took down a 8-acre building and it was assessed with the land and the building, and it's now only assessed land only. So that's the biggest difference. If you all know your own tax bills, your house is assessed at 500, 200 for the land, 300 for the house, whatever that is. So the biggest change in this particular area was that we lost the building. Pretty sure that Mr. Brown will tell you that industrial land, media, every other direction went up a lot. Kaiser used to be assessed compared to what Carnegie or Quinnipiac is, and the warehouses used to be assessed to a little piece like this. So it changes depending on its current use. It also has current values. This lot was also, not like I'm inside it, this was 2 years of negotiations for buying it, all from the real estate agent involved. And it is, this lot is assessed at purchase price. I don't.
Yeah, assessment's a little bit outside of our wheelhouse.
I understand that, but my concern is that in this whole big process, that taxpayers will be their share. And the other lot have no change. And it went down 60. So, I know that's not your lot.
Yeah, and every lot is individualized too, you know, they might have ended up with toxic material, I mean, I don't know, you know, things affect the value.
Understand. Last question I have is, what's the elevation of this place?
Then may be there.
This is the closest one I've ever seen.
Yeah,
Shoreline. So
I bet it, I know my house is 13, whatever, 1 foot more, it can come in, 1 foot more than I need. 13. Yeah, so 13, so I would say that add 13.
thank you very much. I appreciate your attention.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room? Mr. Moore? No? Anybody online?
We have John Humphrey. John, if you could give your full name and address for the record. John Humphrey, you have your hand raised. You give your name and address for the record.
Who wants to come back? Is there somebody else? Just the one person? One shot up.
John, if you could unmute yourself and give your name, your full name and address for the record.
All right, we're gonna move on. There's nobody else? Okay, so we're gonna close the testimony. Now, you want to sum up, Mr. Chappelle?
Well, again, just a little bit, I'm asking for master plan approval tonight. I don't see that based on the fact that it went through itself, when it was this in the field, that we have too many recommendations on changing the way we laid it out. We'll be back before you with all the specifics that. And
All the technical stuff.
Yeah, I look forward to going through the ordinance one at a time. Want to do how I thought it was written by all of us along through. That's it. Again, I ask for a positive recommendation to move from that.
Master plan approval. So. Okay, one thing.
Yeah, we definitely want to put into,
Exhibit.
yeah, as the exhibit, the review board's report that was put out on June 21st. With that on record.
Right. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any other discussion? All in favor?
Yeah, that was Ryan seconding. You get that?
I didn't get the motion. I didn't hear it.
We've got a letter dated June 21 from the Design Review Board.
Okay, putting that in.
Exhibit is Exhibit 1.
Okay,
Luke,
made the motion. Tibbetts did the second. Everybody
Okay, thank
voted in favor except for Mr. Lopes, who remains mute. He's recused.
Sounds better.
All right, what's the pleasure of the board? No, the only thing we do is what's on the agenda, which is approval of master plan. Yes, that's all we can do.
Yep, okay, so I'd like to make a motion to approve the master plan. And I appreciate all the effort that you have put into it. I like to see the land not being stripped. Of the mark boxes. Drive us, normally drive us crazy, so I wholeheartedly want to make a recommendation to do it. Master plan approval.
Is there a second?
A second.
Yeah, I'm going to vote in favor of it. I just wanted to say that I think that echoing what some of the people who spoke here tonight said, this is where it should be. You know, you've got the benefit of something that's relatively flat. You know, so a lot of the other applications we have, you've seen, it's just, the topography is just so.
You can't hide that.
No, you can't have it. But this one you've done as much as you possibly can. And it just makes sense to me. Anybody else want to say anything? You with us, Steph?
Still here.
All right, everybody know the motion? All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye, opposed?
Aye.
The ayes have it.
Thank you. Thank you for staying so late.
All right, we still have one other thing on the agenda. That's the monthly status report. Anything going on there, Leon? No. All right, so we need a motion to file that.
A motion to receive and place on file.
For a second.
Second.
Everybody in favor? All in favor, say aye. Aye, opposed? All right, somebody make a motion. Somebody second it. Second, okay, we're out of here. Thanks, everybody. Sorry for being so late.